Okay, we are live. I'll call the meeting to order, and the first thing I'll do is go to roll call with my clerk, please.
Thank you, Warden. Good morning, everybody. We have all members of council in attendance with the exception of Councillor Greenlaw, who's currently absent. And we're joined by the city reps as well. Aurelia Councillor Durnford is absent. Aurelia Councillor Fallis is present. Barrie Councillor Hamilton is absent. Aurelia Mayor McIsaac is absent. Barrie Councillor Nagusi is here with us. Barrie Mayor Nuttall is absent. And Barrie Councillor Rietma is currently present. And you have your quorum, Warden. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lavoie, I see your hand up. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Greenlaw will be online presently. He's just has to go to the office. The internet's down at his home.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'll look for an approval of the agenda. I am going to move item 5.1 up to the start. As soon as we go to disclosure, we will go in camera and deal with 5.1, which is an update on the facilitation process. It is still confidential because it's just an update on the actual meeting we had last week. So for the approval that the agenda, October 28, 2025, special budget meeting of the Committee of the Whole be approved as amended, I guess? Yeah. As amended. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Rose, second by Councillor Sandu. Any other questions on the agenda? Councillor Measures. Oh, I saw a hand up. That's all. All in favor? And opposed, if any? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? And of course, if you find yourself in that situation during budget, please declare it at that time. I'm not seeing any, though I don't know if I've got all councillors on the screen here. Not seeing any. So then I would look for the motion at the, oh, Councillor Prost, do you your hand up? Can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I know this is just a draft, but I have to declare a conflict for anything to do with the Hospital Alliance, just
Perfect.
to be safe.
And the general nature of the conflict is?
I work for GBGH.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I'm not seeing any others, but if you find yourself in that situation, just yell out too, because we are on Zoom and it's hard to see everybody sometimes. So I have a motion that Committee of the Whole resolve into closed session at 9:04 under the authority of the Municipal Act, Section 239(2)H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to a municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory or crown agency or any of them, and Section 239(2)K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried out on behalf of the municipality or local board. Moved by Councillor Miskimen, second by Councillor Measures. All in favor? That is carried. So we'll just wait to confirm when we're in camera. So the motion that the confidential verbal update for, it was moved by, do you have my mover and second? Locks and LaRose, that the confidential verbal update from the warden and staff regarding the Barrie proposed municipal boundary adjustments be received, and that was voted on and carried. So with that, let's get on to our budget. And before I open up, I just will state that I do have to disappear quickly at 11:30, but then I will be back after. So Jen, I will text you when I go, Deputy Warden, and if you can just pick up the chair from that point, and then I'll text you when I'm back, or you'll see me on camera. So first thing I'll do, we are now on the draft budget. I will call on CEO Aiken to make an introductory, and then followed by General Manager Wilcox. You there, Mark?
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship, and morning, Council. And I'll let the clerks and Trevor start the screen share on the presentation. But I did want to make a couple of opening comments. We've been through this process before. The budget workshop today is going to follow the same format we've had success with over the last couple of years, where we do have some recorded presentations, which, by the way, technically we have the ability to speed up a little bit to try and be as efficient as possible and try to avoid some extra innings today, if you will. As you've heard me say many times, and I think you are all aware with respect to the service manager and regional services the county provides, when times are tough, which they are, unfortunately, county services and systems are required even more. And you combine that with the various challenges relating to the current economy matters that we've brought to your attention before with respect to, the post-COVID changes and requirements in our services, debt management related to some of our major directed capital projects. Labor challenges is huge, relating to some of the economic challenges and the delays related to the very high inflation rates that we couldn't account for at the time through COVID. All of these things are kind of culminating in what I would say is probably one of the hardest budgets that I've had to work on in my time here at the county. All that said, though, I can tell you, and I think you know, that with the financial systems and the budgeting systems, your managers and controllers in place, even though a lot of the budgets are generated by the details in our systems, your staff has spent a significant amount of time trying to make these budgets as efficient as possible. That said, as we go through the process today, please ask questions, and as always, never hesitate to reach out to Trevor or Leland or any of your general managers if you've got any specific questions with respect to the things that we go through today. And I think we'll, at the end of the day, we'll come out with a pretty reasonable approach and a pretty reasonable plan. And we'll talk about some options. So that's kind of where we are. So maybe the first slide. As I said, we're going to go through the departments, and there will be Q&A opportunities at the end of each of those segments. And Trevor's going to start with a little bit of an overview, and then Leland will do the consolidated financial summary, and we'll go from there. So thank you very much, Council, for your attention, and we'll turn it over to Trevor right now.
Good morning, Council. Just one moment here. I'm going to try and get it up in a proper slideshow format. See if that works. There we go. There we go. Thank you very much, Mark, for the introduction, and you can see the agenda that we're going to follow. So I'll start off with an overview. In terms of the budget purpose, as I'm sure Council is already aware, but for the purpose of the public viewing today, our primary purpose is to set out the programs and services provided by the county, their purpose, and their planned costs. This provides a way of us managing our expenditures, forecasting our revenues and the services that we're going to provide, and really facilitating that support and long-term planning that we provide. So we are required to approve a balanced budget each year, prepared in accordance with PSAP accounting rules, which we will get to. That will be an issue this year. So the budget process, as Mark discussed, our departments do develop submissions looking at specific services, the levels that they're providing, and anticipated changes or growth areas, impacts, etc. It goes through a number of iterations within the departments first, then a financial review to bring it all together in our financial system, and then it's reviewed a few times with the executive management team before it actually gets to you, and then it will be through this process and on to county council. So included in the budget this year are a number of key initiatives in a number of areas. We've got an at-a-glance page that's in the binder or in the deck itself. You can see a few highlights here. Housing focus continues with a number of developments as well as the housing plan. Homelessness, of course, has been a key issue. The continued 10-point strategy continues, as well as supportive housing to try and reduce reliance on homeless shelters, and a system of quality assurance for managing that. CWELC was key for children's services. For paramedic services, we continued implementation of the MPDS system. So the dispatch system for next year, it was implemented this year, it will continue next year. Call volume has been growing. We expect that trend. So we are planning for a 5.7% growth in volume for next year. Long-term care, we continued our staffing needs to meet the 4-hour care target, and a major development in Simcoe Village. In terms of other areas in EPE, there are the usual suspects in terms of major roads projects. There is a significant culvert project in Centerline, or the bridge in Centerline Road over the Mad River that we will be adding to 2026. A significant issue for solid waste is the Blue Box transition to provincial program, and we'll have more to discuss on that. That was an impact this year. In planning is planning for the construction of the organics transfer station. The Lynx bus has some solar lighting that is planned as well. A couple other smaller things with the museum. The Matthews Innovation Transportation Gallery is continuing, and there is look at developing plans for a sawmill exhibition building. ACDEV continues with the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport implementation of the strategic plan, and looking at a tariff action plan in light of all of the things that are happening related to tariffs. From the corporate performance area, we are launching the new facilities maintenance and development department. That'll launch on January 1st. And then next year, we have a plan to update the DC background study and workforce succession planning. So I want to take you through a few indices that are noted in a graph that's in the binder, and these ones really affect us in a couple of ways. In cost ways, we have CPI, which affects a number of different areas differently. We have salary and benefit adjustments that is an internal cost, and then we have our revenue, revenue indices. So I'll go through each one. CPI, you can see we had a big bulge during 2021, 2022. This is growth. So it's not like it's diminished. It's just the growth is diminished. So the growth has come down to close to the levels that ideally we want to see, which is around the 2% mark across Canada. However, it has been affecting some areas differently than others. So for example, food costs have been a significant impact, while fuel costs have not at this point. A lag with that typically is salary and benefits. So the cost of us, or the amount that we pay to employees, as an example, will often lag inflationary facts. So we'll have inflation, and that will drive the need for increases in salary and benefits. You can see in 2020, we were right in line with inflation and then lagged for a few years. 2021 was a good year for us in that we were able to manage our benefit costs down. We renegotiated our benefits contract and we actually got some savings that year. So that's what kept us pretty flat. And then you can see that inflation started catching up with us in the last couple of years, especially, and it continues into 2026, especially with some of the negotiated contracts coming up. So our tax rate increase has followed, but not to the extent of inflation. So we have held below 4% in the last couple of years. We were well below that, and a 0% increase in 2021, and that has caught up with us in terms of a bit of an impact. Another impact is funding that we receive. Now we have, as an example, OW funding increase went up in 2021 after a dip in 2020, but then it's been zero. So that's why there's no columns here. It's been 0% increase, which really means our piece of, and the shared cities piece of the funding for administration goes up. RGI is the same issue. If RGI does not keep pace with inflationary costs that we encounter, then we make up the difference. Similar for long-term care. Now, the good thing with the gray bars with the long-term care, we did get a good increase in 2024. That did help in terms of making up for that. That was also in line with some of the requirements that long-term care now has to meet that. And so here's the overall picture in terms of where the general indices are. So the challenge we have is that we still have inflationary impacts that are hitting us. And on top of that, we've got some other challenges. So the other challenges that I mentioned, some significant financial impacts. You'll see in the budget this year, we have the blue box transition to the provincial program. And that is removing revenues, but not removing all the costs, because we still have an obligation, and Rob will walk through that in terms of the obligation that solid waste has for taking care of some of that. And there are fixed costs in there that just don't go away. So that's about a $4.2 million impact. We do have some reduced income, which we had enjoyed previously with the higher interest rates. They are coming down, so that we anticipate about a $1.9 million lower income, partly also because we are spending that money. We're spending money on the projects that we have in the go. We've got our build that we've done in Orillia for social housing. We've got another one that started in Barrie, and we also have our long-term care facilities in Simcoe Village. We also have a fully funded asset management fund now that per direction of council, we've put the 2% related to that, $4.7 million towards our asset management fund, which you approved earlier in the year. IT has seen significant costs, and this is not just us, this is across the board from all of the other municipalities that I've been speaking to. We've seen significant increases, more than double-digit increases in some of the IT costs, especially for software this year. And I wanted to call that out as a specific increase because it was so significant. And then we have added in a phase-in for debt payments. We will be incurring debt. As I mentioned, the good thing is rates are coming down now, so our timing is pretty reasonable. We will be starting with some debt related to the build in Orillia. That will hit us in 2026. And then the other developments that come online after that will impact us. Another impact related to that, which I'll get back to at the end of the presentation, is the change in the DC funding for not funding social housing has impacted us to the tune of about $90 million. That's just for the county impact. So that's basically more debt that we didn't anticipate needing. So for this year, though, that's impact totals about $17 million. And that is why when you look at the snapshot, of where we're at. Our operating balance is showing a negative for the budget for this year. So we will be addressing this and discussing our options around that. But first, we'll go through the details of the budget, and then we'll come back to that at the end of the presentations. Thank you very much. This is going to be the list of departments that will be coming up, and I just wanted to show that so that we queue those up. And I will stop sharing now. Over to you, Warden. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Trevor at this point before we get into the budget? I'm not seeing any pop up. So with that, why don't we do the social community services with General Manager Fayez Baguette? It's about a half. I'll get to you, James. It's a half-hour video. Then we'll take a break, and then we'll have General Manager St. Clair, and then the city reps can leave after that as we continue the rest of our budget. Councillor Duke, I saw your hand go up.
Yes, thank you, Warden. You can hear me, right? I put my headphones on. Okay,
yes.
Good. Quick question to Trevor then. So that overall generalized budget, you said the council supported 2% asset management plan. Is that asset management plan to recover our assets, to bill our assets out for 10 years? Is that a 10-year plan? Trevor, I can't remember when we did that. So that's one question. Is that a 10-year plan, or what's the plan for the asset management? And the other one is, what's the COLA built into the non-union side of the business? What's our COLA? We have COLA in here. I was looking through it, so I couldn't find the actual COLA number for 2026. Can you provide those two answers? Thanks.
Trevor.
Thank you very much, through you, Your Worship. Yes, the asset management plan is in line with the 10-year asset management plan that we presented earlier in the year, so that is correct. The COLA that we built the budget on is 3% for 2026.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further questions. So with that, General Manager Fayez Baguette, whenever you're ready, Mina.
The 2026 budget. Social and community services. The Social and Community Services Division is comprised of 5 departments: Community Support and Wellbeing, formerly known as Ontario Works; Early Learning and Childcare System Management, formerly known as Children's Services; Community Partnerships, Policy and Business Intelligence; Community Housing, formerly known as Social Housing; and Housing and Homelessness, formerly known as Community Services. I will briefly provide an overview of each of the 5 departments, including each service area. The Community Support and Wellbeing Department provides income and life stability support through the Ontario Works program, the mandatory discretionary benefits programs, delivery of the Housing Retention Program, and the Emergency Social Services Programming. In addition, the Community Support and Wellbeing Department oversees the Heart of Simcoe County initiative. This is the new Heart Hub program. The department leads up the primary partners in planning, implementing, and evaluating the program as it's delivered. The Early Learning and Childcare System Management Department is the legislated service system manager for the childcare and early learning services. This includes the early learning years, such as the licensed childcare programs, including the rollout of the Canada-wide Early Learning Childcare Program and the Fee Subsidy Program. The department is also responsible for the early on child and family centers, special needs resourcing, and the supportive relationship and learning programs. The Community Partnerships Policy and Business Intelligence Department has 3 service areas: Business Intelligence and System Planning, Policy Development, and Community Partnerships, which includes the Local Immigration Partnership. The Community Housing Department is responsible for the Simcoe County Housing Corporation, which is the locally operated corporation that provides rent geared to income housing. The Housing and Homelessness Department is comprised of 2 main service areas: the Social Housing Nonprofit System, which provides oversight to the nonprofit affordable housing providers, the Affordable Housing Strategy implementation, the oversight of the centralized waitlist, and the program delivery for numerous different rent supplement programs. The second area of service the department is responsible for is the Regional Homelessness Prevention and Support Service System. The county is the legislated federal and provincial service system manager for both areas. In the next few slides, I will discuss our 2025 accomplishments for each of our 4 departments. In 2025, the Community Support and Wellbeing Department advanced health access through strategic partnerships. Specifically at the Aurelia SCS campus, services at the Social and Community Services Health Care Clinic were expanded with the Huronia Nurse Practitioner-led clinic, adding a registered nurse and a mental health professional to advance patient care. In Barrie, the Community Support and Wellbeing Department supported the growth of the Compassionate Care Without Barriers program. This is a barrier-free primary care clinic for marginalized individuals. A funding agreement was enabled increased capacity, including the addition of a physician. Additionally, the Community Support and Wellbeing Department continued to prioritize community-based services delivered by embedding Ontario caseworkers in accessible locations such as food banks, gender-based violence shelters, public libraries, and emergency shelters, to name a few. There was over 40 different locations where Ontario caseworkers are now working to ensure that their support for their clients is made available when and where they are needed the most. The department also strengthened its partnerships with Employment Ontario through a new integrated case management model. Staff from both programs now work within each other's offices, fostering collaboration and providing more holistic support to clients, making the county the first service manager to implement this provincial requirement. In 2025, the department also achieved a significant milestone of fully integrating centralized intake. This transition involved shifting all initial eligibility assessments and social assistance determinations to the province while pivoting to a partner-based service delivery model. Finally, in 2025, the Community Support and Wellbeing Department provided strategic leadership and oversight for the Heart of Simcoe County initiative. This is a 3-year multi-sector partnership delivering integrated, culturally safe, and locally tailored mental health and addiction services for individuals experiencing homelessness. The Community Safety and Wellbeing Department led primary partners through the planning and implementation phases, successfully launching full service delivery in 2025. The team continues to provide administrative, consultative, and strategic oversight to ensure the initiative's ongoing success, again making the County of Simcoe the only service manager in Ontario to launch its Heart Hub and open and operate it. 2025 is the 4th year of the implementation of the Canada-wide Early Learning Childcare Program. This year included the rollout of the new cost-based funding model and the creation of 1,918 new CWELC spaces. To date, 3,869 CWELC spaces have been created, of the 4,995 to be created by the end of 2026. The Child Care Fee Subsidy team continues to work with families in financial need who require assistance with the cost of childcare. The team also continues to work towards stabilization of the licensed childcare system in response to the significant system transformation, while simultaneously focusing on workforce development strategies and the capacity building opportunities for those working in the early years sector. In collaboration with the Business Intelligence team, 2025 recognized the rollout of the new 5-year service system plan and the launch of a new open data set dashboard that further enhances the data-informed decision-making. The Community Partnerships Policy and Business Intelligence Department gained national recognition for innovative dashboards that are tracking homelessness, housing affordability, and early learning childcare services. The department continues to be recognized with the HIFIS Data Quality Award for the 4th year in a row. In 2025, the department strengthened data governance by training, launching an internet site, and publishing most HIFIS learning modules, and introducing a downtime protocol to ensure uninterrupted reporting. The department also delivered high-impact projects and built capacity from monthly KPI reporting for shelters to new data literacy work led by the division. Additionally, the department advanced evaluation and analytics by designing a Heart Hub outcome framework, creating SCIF performance tools, and planning the community safety and well-being data acquisition with a third-party data provider. Finally, the Community Partnerships Policy and Business Intelligence Department developed a fee subsidy new predictive dashboard with the help of ITS to support the Early Learning Childcare System Service Management team in balancing their budget and creating planning for the future. In 2025, the Community Housing Department has been able to complete its Aurelia development as it finished the commercial space on the 2nd floor as well as in the basement. There is an added demand for space to be developed to provide additional services as well as commercial rent revenue. The Community Housing Department also fully completed the Bradford Affordable Housing Development, welcoming 50 households, as well as the Simcoe County District School Board and the Community Support and Wellbeing teams as new commercial tenants. Construction has started at 20 Rose Street with the focus on the parking lot and commercial office structure first. By the end of 2025, the foundation and underground works will be completed and the precast floors will be underway. Construction has also started at 29 and 45 Birch Street in Collingwood. This work began with the demolition being completed in September of 2025. Pending permits, underground services will begin in late 25, and the aim to have prefabricated modules will be arriving and installed in April of 2026. The Community Housing Department was also able to pilot several garden suite designs in Midland alongside secondary suites for rapid unit creation at a much lower cost per rate. This multi-year project will continue to focus on lot infill on existing properties. The Community Housing Department, through its housing programs team, continue to develop and engage with nonprofit housing providers on new opportunities to partner to increase the affordable housing supply. The community housing team within the department also is focused on tenant engagement and remains working closely on the housing portfolio. There are numerous new exciting partnerships with agencies led by the TN staff who are tasked with bringing services into buildings particularly for those families and seniors. Finally, the Community Housing Department also launched its first furniture bank out of 250 West Street to assist struggling families with furniture and other household items. In 2025, the Housing and Homelessness Department collaborated with the Community Housing Department to procure and set up 3 new modular structures for supportive rapid rehousing programs and encampment response and winter warming strategies. The Housing and Homelessness Department established real-time data and transparency by promoting evidence-based decisions with up-to-date housing data and a set of new publicly available dashboards. Additionally, the Housing and Homelessness Department procured a county-wide assertive outreach regional provider to enhance collaboration and provide an integrated client transportation program to reach street-involved individuals. The Homelessness and Housing Department refined and centralized the Temporary Family Shelter Program, previously known as the Motel Voucher Program, to ensure fiscal sustainability and responsiveness to participant needs. The department enhanced core programs within social and affordable housing, ensuring delivery and including the expanding of rent supplements and supportive housing programs. Finally, the Housing and Homelessness Department began the governance of the expiring agreements for end-of-term operating and mortgage agreements for the nonprofit sector while ensuring compliance and strategic renewals are completed on time. I will now discuss the 2026 key initiatives and budget highlights. Community support and well-being. In 2026, the Community Support and Wellbeing Department will focus on enhancing existing services, strengthening its partnerships, and expanding cross-sector collaboration to better serve our communities holistically. The department will continue to grow its collaborative healthcare clinic model, increasing access to both primary care and mental health services for vulnerable populations across Simcoe County. Planning for the new clinic within the Rose Street Social Services Hub will also be a key focus, targeting implementation in 2027. Through deeper engagement with community-based organizations, the department aims to co-create innovative, locally tailored supports that reflect the unique needs of individuals. A key focus will be developing pathways and exploring opportunities towards self-sufficiency for individuals who have been accessing social services for 5 years or more. With the Temporary Family Shelter Program, previously known as the MVP program, now aligned under the Community Support and Wellbeing portfolio, the department will focus on streamlining access to housing stability supports, including the Housing Retention Fund. This work will ensure a more coordinated and accessible system for those experiencing housing instability. In 2026, the Community Support and Wellbeing Department will enter Year 2 of the Heart of Simcoe County initiative. It will continue to build and expand programs and services, broaden service delivery across the county, and pursue opportunities for growth. Service enhancements will be guided by data-informed decision-making, ensuring responsiveness and measurable impact. The Community Support and Wellbeing 2026 budget highlights are as follows. Overall, there will be an operating balance decrease of $19,000. Revenue is expected to increase by $15.6 million, primarily due to 2 factors: an increase in overall OW caseload from 7,050 in 2025 to 8,107 in 2026, which is fully funded through the provincial program. Secondly, the introduction of the Homelessness and Addiction Recovery Treatment, the Heart Hub program, is also 100% funded from the province. Expenses are also projected to increase to $15.6 million, reflecting the same drivers: the expanded OW caseload, which requires additional resources and services, the operational costs associated with launching the Heart Hub, both of which are fully funded. Additionally, administrative costs have been reduced by $1 million year over year, as the 2025 budget included a one-time allocation for furniture and equipment at the new Barrie Social and Community Services Office, which is not required to be repeated in 2026. Early learning and childcare system management. The 2026 key initiatives and focus areas for the Early Learning and Childcare System Management Department begin with creating the remaining 1,126 Canada-wide early learning childcare spaces, also known as CWIL, to reach the 5-year target of 4,995 spaces by December 31st, 2026. 2026 will also mark the second year of the implementation of the cost-based funding model for all CWIL sites that took effect on January 1st in 2025. In 2026, a new requirement for third-party audits will also take effect, the cost of which will be covered by the CWIL funding program. As the Early Learning and Childcare Department continues to support childcare service providers through this sector transformation, they will also maintain funding and support for early on child and family programs. The department awaits further information from the Ministry of Education on the timing of the additional reduction to childcare fees, originally anticipated in 2026. Finally, the Early Learning and Childcare Department will continue to focus on workforce stabilization and capacity building for all programs. The Early Learning and Childcare System Management Department's 2026 budget highlights are as follows. Overall, there is a zero increase in the operating balance. Revenue is increasing by $53,000, primarily due to the increase in federal CWIL funding, which offsets a decrease in startup grants. This change is fully funded. Additionally, there's an increase in the transfer from reserves of $220,000. These reserve funds represent municipal savings from prior years, specifically from the transitional grants which were allocated at the beginning of the CWIL program. These were intentionally placed into reserve to help offset future budget pressures. This transfer helps mitigate the needs for the municipal increase in 2026. On the expense side, there is an increase of $53,000, which mirrors the revenue change. This again is due to the adjustment in the federal CWIL funding, offsetting the reduction in the startup grants, and is fully funded. Overall, the budget reflects a stable operating position, with strategic use of reserves and the continued support of the federal funded program. Community Partnerships Policy and Business Intelligence. 2026, the Community Partnerships Policy and Business Intelligence Department's key initiatives and focus areas include the expansion of its nationally recognized dashboards and the launching of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Data Acquisition Strategy. The department will complete the SCIF Outcomes project by finalizing the performance tools to show measurable community impact. Also, the Community Partnerships Policy and Business Intelligence Department will strengthen data quality in contracts, ensuring HIFIS and HPP reporting meet provincial standards and address data variancy risks. Finally, the department will implement new coordinated access products, finalizing the prioritization report, and aligning HIFIS fields with the approved community approach. These initiatives will keep the Social and Community Services Division at the forefront of data-driven decision-making and community impact. The 2026 Community Partnerships Policy and Business Intelligence Department's budget highlights are as follows. The 2026 operating budget reflects an increase in the operating balance of $554,000. Revenue is projected to increase by $950,000, primarily due to two factors: the addition of the Interim Housing Assistance Program, a federally funded program, and one full-time equivalent FTE position, which is fully funded through new additional OFI provincial dollars. Expenses are expected to increase by $1.5 million, driven by the implementation of the IHAP federal program with one-time operating costs and contributing matching dollars, and the additional 3.8 FTEs in the 2026 budget. These FTEs include the following: one FTE for a Community Partnership Policy and Business Intelligence Director, which was previously approved in 2025 by Council as a part of the restructuring of the Housing Department's centralized facilities and maintenance services. One FTE for a Program Coordinator, which is fully funded by the IHAP program. 1 FTE for the project supervisor, which is fully funded through the provincial dollars, and 0.8 FTE for a part-time manager, which is partially funded from previous community safety and wellbeing operating dollars. Overall, the budget reflects a strategic investment and utilizes the new federal and provincial dollars that offset 2.5 out of the 3.8 positions being presented in the budget. Community housing. The Community Housing Department's 2026 key initiatives and focus areas are as follows. The Community Housing Department continues to expand its capital and asset management strategy and will be introducing one more engineer to support the asset management and city-wide activities in 2026. The Community Housing Department will continue to grow the supportive resident program with a focus on achieving more long-term housing outcomes in 2026. Also, the department will continue its mixed income model at designated buildings. In 2026, the department will also continue to work on the following affordable housing development projects. In Barrie, 20 Rose Street will focus on the parking structure and commercial offices with a plan to have it ready in 2027. In Collingwood, the Birch Street modular affordable housing development will be completed in the summer of 2026. In Wasaga Beach, the design work for phase 2 of the Zoo Park department will be presented to council in 2026. In Penetanguishene, the completion of the third floor addition, creating 11 more units, will be complete in 2026. This project will also include a deep energy retrofit and create 2 elevators being the first in the Midland Penetanguishene area. And finally, the Community Housing Development Department will continue progress on its garden suites and secondary suites infills in the scattered house family units in Midland. Through the SCHC development team, the Community Housing Department's 2026 capital program includes several major projects with some highlighted here. The modernization of the SCHC application process and the online services through a new core county software will be completed in 2026. The completion of 1 Blake Street Phase 2 kitchens will also be completed in 2026. Replacement of roofs, eaves, and soffits at Blake Street townhomes will also be completed in the same year. Additional garden and secondary suites in conjunction with foundation repairs at the family units are all slated to be completed as well in 2026. The Matthew Way Townhouse Complex domestic water piping system replacement and corridor upgrades will also be completed this year. 7th Lane domestic repiping will also be completed, and finally 407 Midland Avenue's electric upgrades and site exterior upgrades will also be slated to be completed in 2026. The 2026 budget highlights for the Community Housing Department are as follows. There will be an operating balance increase of $2 million, reflecting our debt financing costs and continued commitment to financial stability and service enhancement. This is supported by a revenue increase of $2.4 million, driven by 3 factors. First, we anticipate additional rental income as the Collingwood Affordable Housing Development becomes fully operational partway through the 2026 year. Second, there will be an increase transferred from reserves to support the ongoing operating and maintenance cost in the aging supply of the RGI housing stock. And third, we are introducing property management services within the community housing portfolio, which is to strengthen our operational capacity and tenant support aligned with the new sites being opened and fully operationalized in 2026. These changes position us well to meet our growing community needs while maintaining fiscal responsibility. The Community Housing Department in 2026 is expecting an increase in expenses of $4.4 million due to the following factors. First, the additional facility costs for the Collingwood Affordable Housing Development, as well as the increased cost in the existing stocks maintenance expenses. Second, the additional debt servicing costs for the Barrie Affordable Housing Development, which is in its first phase of 3, and the Collingwood Affordable Housing Development. Third, 3 FTEs in the 2026 budget, of which are broken down as follows. 1 temporary supervisor for property management, which is fully funded at 100%. 1 maintenance and facilities asset management FTE, which is also funded at 100%. And 1 building superintendent, which is not funded. Additionally, in 2025, there was 4.5 FTEs approved by council in year, of which included the following. 2 temporary property management FTEs to take on a nonprofit provider. This is 100% funded. 1 construction supervisor, which is charged to our development and capital budget. 1.5 FTEs transferred from the housing and homelessness team due to a realignment from the facilities and maintenance department through a reorganization. These are the factors that are causing the $4.4 million increase in expenses. The Community Housing Department's 2026 capital expenses will increase by $18 million. The increases in capital expenses is driven primarily by the Barrie Affordable Housing Development as it enters its first full year of construction. The overall 2026 capital expense breakdown is as follows. Various facility projects, $4.2 million. Software implementation for the community waitlist, $100,000. Affordable housing developments are as follows. The Barrie development at Rose Street, $62.9 million. The Collingwood development at Birch Street, $8.7 million. The Penetang development at Harriet Street, $3.3 million. Housing and homelessness services. The Housing and Homelessness Department's 2026 key initiatives and focus areas are as follows. The department will continue to advance the county's 10-point homelessness and prevention strategy. This includes expanding rapid rehousing through bridge housing programs like the 40-bed modular at Tiffin Street and increasing the rent subsidy programs to create more supportive housing and housing stability in general. For shelters and outreach, the department will be establishing standardized governance and delivery models across the emergency shelter and assertive outreach programs to ensure consistency and quality of care. For the encampment response, a coordinated intermunicipal system is being developed for compassionate encampment response, including tracking and collaborative engagement, as well as creating space-activated results in short periods of time. Finally, for the community safety teams, they'll continue to operate in the 4 areas and provide crisis response, cleanup, data tracking, and community engagement services. All these initiatives reflect the commitment to a compassionate, data-informed, and collaborative approach to the homelessness prevention programs here at the County of Simcoe. Housing and Homelessness Department's 2026 key initiatives for the affordable housing team are as follows. The team will continue implementing the 10-year Housing and Homelessness Plan. This is a strategy designed to foster multi-sector collaboration and align our efforts with both regional and provincial policy priorities. It's a roadmap for sustainable housing solutions across Simcoe County. The department will also continue delivering key municipal funded programs, including the capital loans for providers, second suite development, and the rent subsidy programs. These programs are essential tools to increasing affordable housing stock and supporting residents in maintaining stable housing. The department will be proactively developing new services and exit agreements for housing providers whose contracts are nearing expiration. This ensures continuity of service and compliance with the evolving standards. Finally, the department will be pursuing new partnerships for joint affordable housing development, expanding the capacity to meet the growing demand. In 2026, we'll also see the continued delivery of key federal and provincial programs, including the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative. This will be year 8 of the program. The Canada-Ontario Housing Initiative. This is also in year 8. The Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit, which is entering year 6. These programs remain a vital tool for fund and a funding model for our service delivery. Together, these initiatives reflect the commitment to building a resilient, responsive housing system that meets the needs of our communities today and into the future. The Community Housing and Homelessness Department's 2026 budget highlights are as follows. There will be an operating balance increase of $668,000. This is due to a revenue increase of $12.5 million due to the increased funding allocations in the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, the Canada-Ontario Community Housing Initiative, and the Reaching Home program. There's also a net decrease in service manager federal funding and a decrease in transfer from reserve to the county portion of the provider loans that are coming to an end. The expense increase of $13.2 million is due to the following. There's an increased funding allocation in the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, the Canada-Ontario Community Housing Initiatives, the Reaching Home program, the nonprofit provider loans, the Municipal Rent Supplement Program, and the Housing Opportunities Fund. Commercial rent supplement programs have been transferred from the Community Housing to the Housing and Homelessness Department due to a 2025 reorganization of both teams. The Housing and Homelessness 2026 budget highlights do demonstrate an expense increase of $13.2 million due to the following. 3.0 FTEs in the 2026 budget, of which 1 FTE for a program supervisor that is 100% funded, and 2 FTEs for program coordinators, which are also 100% funded due to the new provincial and federal revenues received. The net capital increase for the 2026 is $0. The 2 capital projects in 2026, the Blake Street project and the Tiffin Street project, are 100% funded for both. Please let me know if you have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just wait till we get the screen down. Barry Mayor Nuttall, I missed your hand earlier. I understood you had your hand up after Trevor's overview. Do you have a question? Yes, go ahead.
I can just wait till the end. I think it's probably better I wait till the end. That's fine.
Okay, so do I have any questions here for Mina? You seen any, Jonathan? I haven't got everybody on screen, so I'm just, Councillor Fallis.
Thanks very much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. So I had a couple of questions that came up just both from the video and reading over notes, and hoping Mina can respond to some of these. So it'll just take me a minute here. I wondered right off the bat, just if Mina might be able to respond to there's, and I think you brought it up there, the IHAP program, Interim Housing Assistance Program. Could Mina maybe provide a little bit more detail there? It sounded as if it was federally funded, and maybe just an explanation in terms of what that program provides would be helpful. And I do have one or two more questions after that.
General Manager.
Thank you, Warden Clark. Through you, so Councillor Fallis, the IHAP program is a federally funded program through the IRCC. It is a temporary program where they assist folks who are seeking asylum or are already in the country seeking like a different status. The program that we got funded for is a 2-year program. With the majority of the funding, it was a $4.4 million funding pocket, and around 3.6 was allocated to a capital acquisition of a property in Bradford, and then the additional amounts were just to operate the program for the 18 months that was required in the program file, and then thereafter the asset is free and clear for us to use for affordable housing.
Okay, carry on, Councillor.
Thanks very much. Two other questions I had. One was, I guess, a statement with a question. Goes without saying, I'm sure everyone knows, I'm always really supportive of exploring other or additional affordable housing opportunities. And one I'm really excited about is the secondary suites and garden suites program that the county's dipping their toe into. And I'm curious if at a later date we'll have an opportunity, obviously not this budget cycle, but in future budgets, if we'll have an opportunity to look at expanding that program if it's successful, and we're seeing that the overall capital and possibly operating costs are lower than average. That was question one. And so I'll let Mina speak to that one. The other question was action-oriented case conferencing table. I noticed there were 2 requests for positions. Maybe if Mina could provide a little bit more explanation in terms of what that table will be doing, what actions will they be undertaking. So I'll turn it over to Mina again. Thanks.
Go ahead, Mina.
Through you, Warden Clark. So, Councillor Fallis, for the first question, the secondary suites that we're using Garden Suite, the Garden Suite pilot in our single-family homes portfolio. This is to, as you know, to intensify units of affordability in our single-family homes, which is the Urban Native legacy portfolio. There will be an opportunity to review the competition that we're completing. So what we did is we tendered a competition between and tried to select 3 different products. And then we're trying to measure the quality and use and sustainability of those products before we decide whether or not to roll it out on a broader scale. So there'll be a part of that measuring and evaluating components that will certainly have involvement from the Affordable Housing Committee, as well as our 10-year Affordable Housing and Homelessness Prevention Strategy has a component in there that actually flags us continuing to explore these types of innovative solutions solutions to create quick, affordable housing at low cost. So the long answer is yes, that's coming. The timing of it will be after the competition is complete. And once we install the 3 and begin to evaluate it, then the next step will be then to decide how do we scale this up if we do find that it's something worthwhile to do to create more affordable housing and it meets the targets of our strategy. On the second question, so the case conferencing table is for coordinated access to services. So part of our role as a system service manager when we're engaging those who are experiencing homelessness and offering them different housing solutions, we have to do it in a prioritized way based on our community prioritization strategy. And often for the past, we have contracted this case coordinated access service out to a third party. We were able to negotiate with the federal government an opportunity to use the funding directly to create these 2 positions and bring it in-house. So that way we can fully control the outcome of how the prioritization meets the standards set by the community. And then we set up tables across the county where that where those who are helping assist and support people to get housed are bringing the prioritized cases to that table for review before placement is done. What that means is we're basically trying to ensure that those who need the housing the most get it the first, get it in priority of order, and doing that in-house rather than having a 2-step process that results in a long lag between someone coming out of homelessness and being placed into a housing resource or a housing outcome. So this will make the systems considerably more efficient. It's based on best practices. And when we made the case to the federal government, they strongly agreed with this approach.
Okay, Councillor Leduc.
Yes, thank you, Warden. I was just going to ask Mina to explain his hires. He's got a community partnership and policy and business intelligence, 3.8 hires there looking for permit requests. That has an impact of $361,000 to the budget. And then the other 2 for community housing, which has $63,000 impact to the budget. So wondering, can you give me a bit of explanation on the 3.8 and the 2? Why there was one in there? You said 2 of them were 100% funded, 1 was not funded. Can you make sure? I guess my next question is, 100% funded means funded by provincial programs and not to the taxpayer. So I just need to know 3 questions. The 3.8 required for community policy. I'm just not sure about what they do. So
Go ahead, General Manager.
Through you, Warden Clark. Councillor Leduc, the 3.8 in that one department is a combination of different things happening. If you recall, in 2025, Council approved the creation of a position, a director position, in order to centralize our facilities maintenance and development department into a corporate FM department that would be responsible for all assets across the county in terms of all the housing assets and all the corporately held assets, as well as the development of future assets in the current development strategies. So part of that restructuring and reorganization, our division contributed a position over to hit the ground running in terms of a director of facilities maintenance and development. And in that result, we, rather than have the corporate performance department create the director position, we're creating it in the 2026 budget. So it's really a 1-for-1 swap. The second one, so on paper, it does show as an increase, but it is because there's also an in-year decrease that happened in 2025. The other position is 0.8. It's a part-time manager that's funded. This is the community safety and well-being plans that we're tasked to do provincially across the county. We have 5 plans in place. Those plans, if you recall, have been refreshed at each of your municipalities and towns. And it's also aligned now with the City of Barrie's plan, as we use the same consultant for all 6 plans here in our region. That being said, rather than rely on a third-party consultant, we're trying to bring it in-house, again, to find some efficiencies there. So that's why there is a partial opportunity of offset funding. This doesn't show on position in the budget because it is us picking up the position, whereas the consulting dollars are in a different division and will not be used anymore. So there's the offset there, but it doesn't demonstrate it as an FTE offset because the FTE never existed before. So for those two, that's what you're seeing. The third one is a coordinator position in this department. And really that's a coordinator for the new IHAP program that we got federal funding for. At the time of the writing of the budget and publishing it, that position was not funded. It now is, as we got confirmation about a week and a half ago from the federal government that they would allow us to fund that one as well. So those are the ones that have what would demonstrate a not being funded, meaning on the tax levy. In terms of the housing component for community housing, the one superintendent that's not funded is a growth perspective as we've opened, 2 buildings, Aurelia and now Bradford, and then we know that Birch Street will be opening in the summer of 2025. So this is the superintendent for the 3rd new building, as well as the assets that we acquired in year, which is the Tiffin Street paramedicine station that we're now converting to a 40-unit modular facility to address homelessness and encampment responses. So this superintendent resource would be serving the new assets coming on board in 2026.
Just to follow up, Warden.
Yes.
You talked about one of these positions being funded through the IHAP funding. Is that not a term funding? Is that not limited to a term? That's not permanent funding, is it?
Mina?
Through you, Warden Clark, yes, that's correct. It's a 2-year funding pocket where we can fund the coordination of the building and services. And then thereafter, once it becomes an affordable housing program that's revenue generating, meaning collecting rent, that position could be absorbed by those new operating dollars that we create through the revenue generating program.
Okay, do I have any other? Yes, go ahead, James, another one?
No, I was just going to say thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, members of council? Jonathan, you seen any? Just shout out if I don't get you. Okay, why don't we take a quick bio break till 11 o'clock, then we'll come back and we'll get into health and emergency services. 11 o'clock. just going to get a count when we have a quorum from my clerks, and then we will roll the next video. We have a quorum, so I'll turn it over to the clerks to roll the Health and Emergency Services video, after which, Deputy Warden, if you could field the questions for me, because the video will take me past my time. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jane Sinclair, and the following presentation is on Health and Emergency Services. This will include paramedic services, emergency management, long-term care, and senior services. I'll begin with an overview of each of these program areas. Beginning with paramedic services, we have two key aspects of service delivery. First, looking at our 911 emergency response, we have approximately 471 both primary and advanced care paramedics. Our performance is measured annually by the province with 6 mandated response time targets, and we continue to operate 17 paramedic stations, with our largest being the Barrie Simcoe Emergency Services Campus, and we also operate 8 posts. On the community program side, we continue with public education, many partnerships, and of course our public access defibrillation program. We have approximately 1,400 pads distributed across the region, 855 owned and operated by the County of Simcoe. We've had 78 saves to date, and in 2025 we celebrate our 20th year of this amazing program. We also continue with our dedicated offload nurse program, more details to come later in the presentation. And of course, we have our large community paramedicine program that has 4 key components that includes our vulnerable population and wellness clinics, our home visit program, which is both dedicated and hybrid model, our paramedic patient follow-up program, which is twofold. We look at frequent callers of 911 as well as those experiencing falls in our community. And of course, our care pilot, which is in its 2nd year, focused on mental health and addictions patients, working in partnership with Barrie Police and of course the Community Mental Health Association. In review of emergency management, this department has 2 key areas of focus. First, 911 system administration for 13 of our 16 member municipalities. This is in partnership with the OPP who deliver the service. This contract was renewed in 2025, and we continue to maintain a rate of 43 cents per capita. Looking at our emergency management program, highlights include stakeholder support, offering a training center with 16 courses, 2 provincial and 14 locally developed, as well as emergency social services plan and support for our 4 long-term care homes for their emergency response programs under the Fixing Long-Term Care Homes Act. We also provide public education and support with emergency annual exercises. In review of long-term care, we operate 4 long-term care homes for a total of 560 beds. We continue with our expansion at our Beaton location with an additional 34 additional beds as part of the Simcoe Village Campus redevelopment project. From our 4 long-term care homes, we operate 8 respite or short stay beds, and we operate a total of 5 memory care units across our 4 locations. In terms of our long-term care regional programs, we provide convalescent care, 5 beds from our Georgian Manor location in Penetanguishene. We have 2 sites, Trillium Manor in Orillia, Simcoe Manor in Beaton, who offer peritoneal dialysis to the region. And we offer a Behavioral Supports Ontario program, which we call our Geriatric Mental Health Team, in partnership with Waypoint Center for Mental Health. And we provide support to all 26 long-term care homes across the region, as well as operate a very specialized behavioral support unit from Georgian Manor in Penetanguishene. The final department overview is senior services, which offers 3 different areas of service delivery. First, looking at housing, we offer 6 different options across 3 campus locations in the County of Simcoe. In review of our community services, we offer a range of services including adult day programs, Meals on Wheels, home health, mobility clinics, digital health support, as well as French language services support. And last but certainly not least, we continue to offer our age-friendly community positive aging strategy that includes a business and individual awards recognition program, seniors housing grant, municipal grant, and our most recent, our seniors community calendar. I'll now move into 2025 accomplishments. Moving into paramedic services, we'll first look at our staffing and deployment enhancements. Adding a 12-hour ambulance in Bradford West Gwillimbury saw significant improvements across the board. Our average response times improved from 7 minutes and 35 seconds to 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Our response at the 90th improved from 13 minutes and 17 seconds to 10 minutes and 54 seconds. And our percentage of response to those 6, 8, and 10-minute categories improved across the board for this municipality. We also moved forward with from a centralized incident response unit housed in the city of Barrie to spreading it across our 3 districts and providing the support on a countywide basis. In addition, with this new model, we were able to provide enhanced advanced care paramedics response on a countywide basis, as well as increasing our community paramedicine program from operating from 3 rapid response units to 5, again offering countywide support. The province of Ontario moved forward with its ambulance dispatch system we call MPDS. And we also made advancements in our cardiac arrest response strategy. Not being able to move forward with the autonomous flight due to federal restrictions, we were able to develop a new program with emergency management for a remotely piloted air system drone program. We're looking forward to a soft launch later this fall, and we'll be working closely not only with emergency management department, but with our fire and police partners across the region as we move forward in 2026. We continue to make some progress with our EVAP, that's External Violence Against Paramedics program, with additional education and equipment, and we actually move forward to provide some initial training in our long-term care and senior services department. Our quality care program continued to expand with now 14 different fire services, bringing on board Severn Ormondonte and the neighboring town of Blue Mountains in 2025, and we look forward to additional services coming on board in 2026. And lastly, we continue to see progress with our paramedics taking additional education to become certified as advanced care paramedics. To date, we've seen 14 of our own paramedic staff through our education and tuition support move forward to take additional education and are now part of our full-time team at the County of Simcoe. Paramedic services also saw facility expansion and improvements with the Springwater South Paramedic Post opening in August of 2025, construction of our new Wabashine Paramedic Station scheduled to open in 2026, the installation of solar panels in our Collingwood, Elmville, and Orillia stations, and the beginning of a station camera installation, a 2-year project, will improve and increase our safety and security for all of our paramedics. Moving into emergency management, this department saw many accomplishments, but I think the largest highlight is our ice storm response. Having 2 additional staff on board in 2025, our team was able to connect with our partners in our various municipalities and not only provide assistance and support during the ice storm itself, but for the days and weeks to follow. Because of the ice storm, we did not have to complete our emergency response annual exercise. However, invested much time to support some additional exercises, including 11 operating from our emergency operations center and 3 large field exercises during the year, with over 110 volunteers. We continued to provide our support on community safety and well-being planning, completed a refresh of our emergency social services plan, renewed our 911 contract, as well as provided significant support to our long-term care and senior services department. Long-term care under the Fixing Long-Term Care Homes Act has 14 emergency codes that all require emergency exercises annually. That's 56 across this department. Our emergency management staff played a critical role in exercise design and implementation. Moving into long-term care, we had 2 major capital redevelopment projects, and that was the completion of the 16-bed expansion at Georgian Manor and Pettatanguishene, opening those beds in May, and continuing with our Simcoe Village campus redevelopment program. The Ministry of Long-Term Care had a 4-year direct resident care funding program. We completed that this year, which will see that each resident in long-term care receives on average 4 hours of direct care per day. And of course, we continued with our many retention and recruitment strategies. As you know, agency utilization spiked during the pandemic with the highest amount in 2023, with utilization rates between 40 and 45% and costs exceeding $18 million. We've continued to bring those costs and utilization rates down. In 2025, we anticipate total costs approximately $6 million, and our utilization ranges from 1% in one of our 4 to as the highest being 16%. So we're continuing to see dramatic improvements in this way, and we'll look to normalize agency in 2026. In addition, we've looked at continuing provincial initiatives such as the Community Commitment Program that offers new grad RNs and RPNs $25,000 for obtaining full-time jobs, as well as partnering with Nipissing for a new bridging program for RPNs to take education to become RNs. We've also continued with the living classroom expansion, originally starting at Trillium Manor in Aurelia. We're now starting it up at Sunset Manor in Collingwood and continuing with our plans for Georgian and Simcoe Manor. And of course, we're continuing with all our other strategies such as job fairs, walk-in interviews, and fast-tracking our onboarding process for new staff. Moving into senior services, our team created a new position called Resident Care Assistant. This is an entry-level position that has helped to stabilize our staffing complement and offers a new career opportunity for individuals in the community. They also move forward with a new electronic documentation system called Point of Care, continued with their work on Simcoe Village campus redevelopment, and received approval for 2 exciting grants in 2025, and that's one for the Resident Ambassador Program, which is part of our larger volunteer program, and received funding for a new pickleball community court, which is in the final stages of completion at Georgian Village. And finally, looking at our age-friendly planning, we were super excited to move forward this year with our new positive aging strategy, an action plan for 2025 through to 2030. We continue with our residential housing grants, our municipal grants, our recognition program, and our newest seniors community calendar, which is a great partnership with both 211 and a significant volunteer group. I'll now move into the final area of presentation, key initiatives and budget highlights for 2026. Moving forward into 2026, paramedic services will continue their focus on retention and recruitment, with particular focus on improving schedules and the implementation of our scheduling software program. As you may recall, a few years ago, Health and Emergency Services moved from the SAP scheduling software platform developed in-house to purchase a more sophisticated, purpose-built software program that offers increased efficiencies and accuracy, has greater access to details for greater financial accountability, has more innovative scheduling practices, and is really more responsive. For example, in the current SAP scheduling program, to implement new schedules, it takes 8 weeks involving both IT and scheduling staff. With the new software program, we can turn around the implementation of new schedules in 24 hours. However, as we moved forward in a phased approach, we started at Trillium Manor with the implementation of the software. And as we began to utilize it, we realized it was far more sophisticated and there was far more startup requirements associated than we initially anticipated. So, for example, we have 8 different terms and conditions for employees across our paramedics, long-term care, and senior services staff. We have 4 unions that have 6 different collective agreements alone, as well as 2 non-union sets of terms and conditions for both a group of frontline and supervisory staff. So in addition to start up with all of those conditions, we have to also implement new reporting functionality that has to be customized, including various performance indicators and requirements around payroll and our day-to-day reporting requirements. So with that, we've included in the 2026 budget the final component of implementation of this software program to complete the 3 remaining long-term care homes, our senior services and paramedic services. And it not only includes consultation expertise for the completion of this rollout, but it includes backfill for IT, our scheduling staff, as well as human resources, particularly around payroll, so that we can build capacity, have that transfer knowledge, so that as we continue to move forward and operate it, we've got in-house support to manage and operate in future. Paramedics is also looking forward to continuing with master staffing stability. I talked about the tremendous number of paramedics that are PCPs that have gone back and taken additional education to attain that ACP designation. So we're continuing to fill those full and part-time positions to stabilize, and we'll continue that work in 2026. We'll also continue with our long-term fleet and facilities planning with the Wabashing Station scheduled for completion in 2026, the construction of a new Southwest Barrie post, and then looking to acquire land for our Central West Barrie post as well. And finally, as mentioned earlier, we'll continue with the good work around the cardiac arrest response strategies, including year 1 of that new drone program. Moving into our paramedic services budget, we are estimating a total budgeted expenditure of $77 million for 2026, yielding an operating balance of approximately $1.2 million. On the revenue side, we see an overall increase of $3.9 million related to land ambulance subsidy increase of approximately $3.1, which will bring the cost share from the province to 48%. That's up from 46% in 2025. We also see an increase of approximately $560,000 for the dedicated offload nurse program, and this is in relation to the one-time funding of approximately $250 we received last year. However, this actually represents a decrease of over $400,000 from the total of $1.2 million we were initially funded for in the 2024 fiscal period from the province, and were approved to continue at that level for the 2024-2025 funding period. More details to come in a report coming to Council on November 10th, Committee of the Whole. On the expenses side, we see an overall increase of $5.1 million, largely related to salary and benefits increase of approximately $3.5 million, and that includes a recommendation for 2 12-hour ambulances, one targeted for the Innisfil area and the second for Oro-Medonte area. We also see an increase related to cost of living adjustments of approximately $2.2 million. Additional highlights and expenditures include our costs associated with the dedicated offload nurse program, reductions in our lease costs related to moving to the ownership model, and an increase in transfer to reserve for our asset management, an increase representing $1.2 million year over year. Moving to the capital expenditures for paramedic services, we have a number of expenses associated with our facility construction, as mentioned earlier. We have the scheduling software completion project, and we have a number of expenditures related to our vehicle additions and replacements. These next few slides will provide some background information regarding our paramedic activity, our proposed enhancements for 2026, and we'll provide some insight to our care pilot in partnership with Barrie Police and Community Mental Health Center. When we look at our year-over-year call volume trending, we can see for 2025 we're forecasting approximately 1% increase year over year. Because that's a fairly significant dip from our previous years, we broke this down on a per municipality basis. And what we identified is for our 16 member municipalities of the County Simcoe, we're actually forecasting an increase of close to 4%, 3.58%. For the City of Orillia, we're forecasting just under 1% increase, 0.85. And for the City of Barrie, we're actually forecasting a decrease in calls of approximately 5.25%. Delving further, we looked at our care pilot statistics, and we identified in the first 3 quarters of 2025, we had 388 referrals, primarily from our police dispatch system in Barrie, and that resulted in a deference or a diversion of calls going to hospital of 317. When we forecasted that out on a full year basis, that's approximately 420 calls that didn't result in paramedic services deploying an ambulance and transporting the ambulance. That's roughly 2% of that dip in the call volume for Barrie of 5%. And we know of these patients that we're responding to with mental health and addiction needs, they're repeat users. So that 2% is very conservative, and we believe represents a large portion of that decrease in calls in the City of Barrie. And when we consulted with Barrie City Police, they also observed a decrease in call volume of approximately 3%. This is actually fantastic news. We're seeing a very dramatic impact on this care pilot in year 2, and we're seeing, as a result, a decrease in our call volume in the associated municipality. This next slide provides a status update on our offload delay program. The small graph on the right is the one that's actually in your budget binders. And we also attached this larger graph on the left that I'll draw your attention to. It really tells the story. You can see that dotted line across the graph. That represents the 30-minute transfer of care time at the 90th that all hospitals in Ontario are required to meet. And you can see the colored solid lines represent each of our partner 6 hospitals. And if you look closely, you can see a dramatic drop in the first couple of months in 2024. And This is when we implemented the increase to the $1.2 million in offload funding, and all 5 hospitals in our region were able to move forward with dedicated nurses. And you can see the continuous improvements and even further reductions in 2025 as a result of us maintaining the funding flowing at the $1.2 million. Again, more details to come in a report next month for further discussion with Council. This next slide uses our modeling tool to show the impact of our proposed enhancements. That's the 12-hour ambulance we're proposing for the Innisfil area and the 12-hour ambulance we're proposing for the Oromadonte area. And you can see the obvious impact, positive impact for both those municipalities. But you can also see some pretty significant positive impact for many other municipalities across the region. This next slide is part of our performance management where we benchmark against other municipalities. Unfortunately, this data is not current. We've been drawing this data from the Municipal Benchmarking Network of Canada, and they have taken a pause. They've stopped collecting this data for the last few years. We left the slide in just to note this is an important part of our performance management. We are continuing to work with them. They anticipate they will be restarting in future, so we hope to bring forward the same type of comparators in our next year's presentation. And again, this next slide is again part of our benchmarking data, and it shows the cost for the most recent fiscal year available, which is 2023, comparing paramedic services, fire service, and policing services across our region. Moving into emergency management, our 2026 key initiatives will continue to focus on municipal support of our local emergency management. With 2 additional resources in 2025, our team worked very closely with our local partners to provide enhanced service and support to our team and seek ongoing consultation for future needs. As a result of that process, we're recommending 1 additional full-time equivalent to complete this program area in 2026. We're also going to be focusing on the assistance portal, which will establish a dashboard for requests during emergencies and increase visibility for all our municipalities. We're also going to continue to focus on hazard identification and risk assessment, with the province adding 20 new hazards in 2025, bringing the total to 74. We'll also continue with our work on our hazmat memorandums of understanding, moving forward to expand to include all 18 municipalities in 2026. Further work will continue on our continuity of operations, or our COOP plan, not only focusing on the County of Simcoe's COOP plan, but helping to build those COOP plans on a local level. And lastly, our emergency social services will continue to focus on enhancements, increasing our resources, and creating a local volunteer network. The 2026 emergency management budget contemplates approximately $1 million total expenditures, which yields an operating balance increase of approximately $159,000. Our revenue is not projected to change year over year. And looking at our expenses, we're looking at a total increase of $159,000, highlights being the proposed 1 additional FTE as a program supervisor, our salary, wage, and cost of living adjustments, and administrative cost reduction of approximately $78,000 associated with our recommendation to move the community safety and well-being support from emergency management as the primary into social and community services, where it really connects with a lot of the program areas, the data being collected, and the initiatives underway. Looking at our capital expenses, we're looking at an increase of approximately $449,000, and that's directly related to the replacement of 1 of our 3 emergency generators, our largest being the 350 kilowatt generator. Moving into our long-term care department, our 2026 key initiatives will continue to focus on our recruitment and retention planning, which looks at stabilization of workforce, the creation of 4 new employee engagement committees, and our continued work to reduce agency use. We'll also continue forward with the province's transition to a new funding program called InterRI. We'll focus our efforts on our scheduling software implementation, as mentioned in more detail under paramedic services. And we'll continue with our work on the expansion of long-term care beds with a Simcoe Manor and Village redevelopment program that will see to 34 additional beds with the opening. Looking at our long-term care department budget highlights, our total expenses are estimated at 90 million, yielding an operating balance increase of approximately 1.8 million. Of note, 1.2 of that increase is directly related to the first year of debt repayment for the Simcoe Manor redevelopment program. Looking at our revenue, we see an overall increase of 2.9 million, due primarily to Ministry of Long-Term Care subsidies in the amount of 2.2 million. Those various envelope increases amount to a total of 2.3% increase year over year. We also anticipate an increase of approximately 2% of the resident co-payment announced every year in July by the Ministry of Long-Term Care, and a transfer from a reserve increase of approximately 179,000. And this is to offset our inter-RI transition, those 4 coder positions I'm going to talk about in the next slide. Moving into the expenditures, we're anticipating an overall increase of 4.7 million for long-term care. Our highlights include salary and benefit costs increase of approximately 3.5 million. The first area is related to our recommendations for 4 new assessment coders, 1 in each of the 4 long-term care homes, and that's in direct response to the province rolling out a new funding program and increased associated workload. To offset some of these costs, we're recommending a transfer from our reserve stabilization fund in long-term care. And of note, we're continuing to work with Advantage Ontario Provincial Association to lobby the province for increased funding associated with this new program. The second area is our continuance to move towards a recreational therapy assistant program in-house, previously provided by a contracted agreement. And our last area is our annual cost of living adjustments, estimated at approximately 3 million. Other highlights include debt servicing costs, an increase of 1.2 million for the Simcoe Village redevelopment, and of course our annual food expenses increasing at 77,000, totally funded by the provincial per diem of $13.44 per resident per day. Looking at our capital expenses for our long-term care homes, we see a year-over-year increase of 10.2 million related to the capital redevelopment program. Our capital expenses are really twofold, one directly related to the Simcoe Village campus redevelopment, and the second area is part of our annual asset management, looking at building components and equipment replacement for our 4 long-term care homes, estimated at approximately $1.4 million year over year. This next slide, similar to paramedic services, is part of our performance management and benchmarking program. This first slide shows the County of Simcoe long-term care homes compared to 7 counties and 1 district. Again, this is the 2025 published data. We are amongst the lowest, comparable to the District of Muskoka's costs. This next slide, similar to paramedic services, is published by the Municipal Benchmarking Network of Canada, and the most recently published is 2022, so we don't have current data. We've left this slide in just to earmark it that we will continue to work with that organization, and we hope we'll have comparable data moving into 2026. The last area for review is senior services. Looking at our 2026 key initiatives, we'll continue to focus on our Simcoe Village campus redevelopment. As mentioned in paramedics and long-term care, we'll continue with our recruitment and retention efforts with a particular focus on both staff and volunteers. We'll continue with our age-friendly initiatives, are excited about our new action plan beginning in 2025 through to 2023, and we'll continue with those 4 signature events, as well as the rollout of our new scheduling software program. Moving into senior services, our 2026 budget contemplates an increase of expenditures totaling 8.9 million, yielding an overall operating balance increase of 847. Similar to long-term care, this 847 is our first year of debt repayment for the Simcoe Village redevelopment program. And just as a quick reminder, our senior services is a sustainable model, and our housing model generates an operating surplus, which is transferred to the corresponding reserves to fund future capital expenditures and program enhancements. This year, our transfer to reserve will be increasing approximately by 28,000 year over year. Looking at our revenue specifically, we see an overall increase of 421,000 due to rental and commercial income increases. We also see service package fee and fees for service increases of approximately 156,000. On the expense side, we see increases approximately of 1.3 million. Again, highlights include salary costs of living adjustments, an increase of 309, and as mentioned, our debt servicing cost increase of 847,000 for the redevelopment program. In senior services, our capital expenditures are forecasted at 370,000, and that includes 3 main projects. That's a new greenhouse, to replace the greenhouse that was repurposed for additional physician offices, our roofing related projects, and our building automation system upgrade. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I see Councillor Measures.
Thanks very much, Deputy Warden. Jane, I just have a quick question back on paramedics in regards to the generator. Can you just advise council, do you partner with the, let's call it the Public Works Department or engineering for maintenance of all of our generators? Or is this a generator maintenance program that's sort of managed by one entity? Or do we have multiple contracts for maintenance of all these generators? I'm just interested because I know that we actually own quite a few at different places for various purposes across the whole county. And I'm just wondering if there's any efficiencies in that.
GM Sinclair.
Thank you very much for that question. Good morning, everyone. We own and manage these three emergency generators that are mobile. So that's the distinguished and from the other emergency generators that we manage. So we manage those ourselves. We contract those ourselves. We do not partner with other organizations, and we essentially lend these out to municipalities and other organizations during emergencies. So we have three. We have the 350, and we have two 150 mobile generators. So we manage those ourselves.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Van Staveren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jane, this may set you up a little bit. I recognize under our climate action that we want to reduce greenhouse gases by 44%. You mentioned about putting solar panels on several of our facilities. My question based, and I'm presuming we're using a net metering system, do we look at the cost benefit on stuff like this? Or is this something that's done throughout all our buildings in Simcoe County? I saw that we're looking at cooperating with the Barrie Simcoe Emergency Services. We're looking at Beaton. We're looking at Cream Wharf putting them on as well. Is this something your department facilitates? Is it something that we're doing countywide? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. This is part of our CCAP program, so the Corporate Climate Action Plan. It is part of a corporate-wide program, not just specific to paramedic services. So there is a schedule that looks at all of our facilities and paramedic services, but on a corporate-wide basis, and plan in various departments each year moving forward with specific facilities. So it's part of a broader program area, and it is monitored, the whole program, through our PF&P procurement, property and fleet department. They monitor on the corporate-wide basis.
Thank you.
Councillor Dolan.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Just a question, if you could help my memory, Jane. So in 2025, you requested, there was 4 FTEs for emergency management, and we approved 2. And now you're only asking for 1 this year. Like, you're not asking for the 2 that, I'm just looking for an explanation around that.
Thank you for that question. That is correct. So initially, last year, we came forward with a proposal after some consultation with our municipal partners for 4 full-time equivalents. Council decided with the 2025 budget to move forward with 2 of those 4 FTEs and consider defer the additional 2 FTEs for the following budget year, which is now 2026. As part of our process, we continued, so we added the 2 full-time equivalents. They worked very well. And we continued to consult with all of our 16 municipal partners throughout the year. And what was identified is the additional support we were providing was very well received. And there was requests for additional support moving into 2026. However, there were a number of municipalities that can provide some of that suite of different types of services themselves. So based on the feedback, we felt it was prudent to put forward 1 additional FTE rather than 2 additional full-time as per the original scope, considering that some of the municipalities are able to do some of the specialization themselves. But definitely, we had very formal, deliberate consultations throughout the year, and did receive feedback that the path we were moving on in 2025, the feedback was it's been great and positive, and we'd like some additional opportunities around training, support for emergency exercises, etc. So that's where we landed with one additional rather than the originally two proposed.
Councillor Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question to you through the chair. With regards to the ACP and PCP, I think that's a great program. Obviously, there must be an improvement in terms of care. Are there any other synergies available in terms of staffing and any economics that goes with that? I think that's a great news story. The RU unit is very popular here in Tiny Township. People know it and they see it. And I don't think many people still though differentiate the two different types of care that are used. But are there any economic or synergies that we can also use to purport this program and to continue its expansion? And if I could just ask a question, I know that last couple of years, or last 2 years ago, I think we were talking about competitive salary levels for paramedics, and if there's been any change to that, and how you're faring with that in the I'll call it the larger GTA market. I know there's a lot of paramedics that live in our area that work in Toronto, and due to higher wages in other areas. And are you seeing any impact on that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those questions. So I'll start with the first question around efficiencies, economies, et cetera, from the advanced care paramedicine model. I think the largest point that I would emphasize is really about enhanced service level. And there is some, we believe, savings in terms of stabilization of our master scheduling program. In past, particularly when the pandemic hit, we really saw some destabilization of our staffing, both primary care and more so with our advanced care. It's very challenging to bring on new advanced care certified paramedics. And so though we have in past built our master scheduling program around a 75-25% split, 75% PCP, 25% ACP level. We actually increased it somewhat when we were approved to move forward with that incident response unit, that centralized, moving that specialty out into all 3 districts on a countywide basis, which also included advanced care, additional advanced care service provision on a countywide basis. But we've had some difficulty recruiting ACP specifically. So maintaining that percentage of ACP has been quite challenging for us. And so with essentially growing our own staff in-house, we're with this tuition aid program through the County of Simcoe, and developing more of our own primary care staff, we're able to stabilize, really moving forward to actually start to stabilize that enhanced level, that advanced care level. So preventing overtime and also preventing gapping because we just simply don't have qualified staff to fill those needs during unplanned call-offs, et cetera. So I think the ACP enhancement is more about really increasing that level of service across the entire county. And I would say there would be some potential savings or cost avoidance related to us being able to now stabilize our advanced care paramedic staffing model. On the wages component, we're just beginning with collective bargaining. So I'm reluctant to, we've just started discussions with our human resources and our operations teams. So we're just very early on in those discussions. So we don't have a kind of a longer term outlook. We are seeing, I know our human resources team has been surveying and reaching out and consulting in terms of what activity is happening with wages, wage settlements. So we are seeing increases across the province in paramedic services, and are mindful and are watching that closely as we continue with those discussions with the OPSEU union. And I may look to General Manager Wilcox for any additional comments on the collective bargaining piece, but we're just starting that process right now. Our current collective agreement includes 2025, so we're looking at 2026 forward.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Thank you, GM Sinclair. No, it's fine. Just a general overview is great. Well, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Good work. Thank you.
Councillor Rawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Jane. Appreciate this. And I suspect you're going to bring this up at our next meeting more fulsome. My question is really about the offload nurse. Talking to our local hospital, and you have identified today, 1.2 million previous offload nurse dollars. We're down to 560. I think that's going to have a direct impact on response times. I think it's going to have a direct effect on the work that we're doing. I think the data you showed today is going to show that. And I think we're going to see that in the next report. You also articulated today that the province is now paying 48% of their share as opposed to 46 and 25. So we're still paying more of the province's share and still having a direct impact on our staffing levels. I'm just looking for clarity if we can have some understanding what the impact of this offload nurse dollars are going to have to potential response times when that comes forward at our next meeting.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments and your questions, Councillor Rawson. We were extremely disappointed when we received a notice on August 27th of our next fiscal year 2025-2026 offload delay nurse funding. It does represent, as mentioned in the budget presentation, over 400,000 drop from the level that we've been operating for the past 2 years, 1.2 million. We've had discussions with each of our partner hospitals, and 3 of the 5 hospitals within our region are, as a result of this funding drop, are resulting in a decrease, in a loss to dedicated nurse funding in 3 of our hospitals. As you mentioned, we've seen tremendous improvement from, particularly the graph tells that story at the 1.2 million when we were able to flow funding to all 5 of our partner hospitals. We saw in the first year in 2024 when the hospitals were able, we had the memorandums of understanding in place, they were able to recruit these new nursing positions. We saw a 70% rate of improvement of that transfer care beyond that 30 minutes. And in 2025, with the first 2 quarters, we've seen further improvement. Now it's up to 73.8% rate of improvement. 2 of our 5 hospitals are actually meeting, some are even exceeding that 30-minute target. And the other 3 are really narrowing in on that target. So we have been so pleased with this additional funding and the work our operational team has been doing with the hospital staff. This definitely feels like a step backwards. And in discussions with our hospital partners, they're concerned about deficits as a result. They're concerned about nurse layoffs as a result. And ultimately, we're concerned if the resources aren't in place moving forward, in an increase in offload delay. And that will mean a very real response in terms of, or decrease in our ability to respond to transfer the care in the hospitals and get back out to respond to that next emergency. So we've already met with the province of Ontario. We met with the Ministry of Health to voice our concerns. We have a very detailed report that we advised we would be providing. It is being sent to them this week, that outlines not only the performance improvements that we've seen, but a number of various factors involved in this funding. And we're hopeful with continued advocacy, we will see a return to that 1.2 million. So again, the first meeting in November 10th, we have a detailed report as well as a copy of the report that we're sending to the ministry for council's further consideration and advocacy on this issue.
Thank you.
Next would be Mayor Nuttall and then Councillor Leduc.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Warden. I appreciate the opportunity. Before I ask a question, is it appropriate to ask an overall question on the budget? Because we had the budget presentation up front, and then we've got the two separate areas that we've been kind of going through the GMs. But I have an overall question I just want to ask with relation to services that are provided to the two separated cities.
That could be during the service Simcoe portion, or it's an overall. Is it the question directed to GM Sinclair, or who are you looking for a response from?
Probably GM Trevor, if that's okay.
And GM Wilcox, are you?
Certainly, I'm available. Thank you.
My question is the overall increase for the county member municipalities. Could you just give me just the round number in terms of percentage increase?
Are you looking by service?
No, I'm just looking the overall county impact if you were to add whatever the capital and operating increases combined are, the net percentage increase year over year.
For your city or for just the shared cities? Sorry.
Just the 16 member municipalities first.
Yeah, we would have to look at that from a different view. We've got the shared cities breakdown in our service partners, but we haven't got the detailed looking at the year over year analysis. We wanted to meet with staff from each city to understand the details of the new agreement to make sure that we're representing it correctly. So it's hard for me to say that, and mixing in capital and operating. But I would say that with the new agreement, the county will be shouldering more of the capital and the cities will be shouldering much less. So the overall year over year will actually go down for the cities in terms of its contribution because of the way that we're allocating capital now.
So is that when I look at page 3, sorry, give me a moment here, 323 of the budget document. We move into the service partners, and then on page 320, it's 323. It says that there is a shared operating requirement of 32.469 million. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
For the city of Barrie, right?
Correct. Yes. Sorry. Through the chair. Yes. That's right.
Okay. And then last year's was 26.8 million. Is that correct? That's what budget 2025 was?
Yeah, that is correct. There is an increase in the operating costs that are allocated within the program, and we can go through, like I said, I need to confirm all of that with the details with staff, but that's the overall impact. And then you can see there's even more significant decrease in the capital piece in the following page.
Right. So, but that by itself is a 20%, 21% increase year over year. And then the next page, which is 324, we have 24 million in total commitments. But if you go to page 325, and I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. So, is the increase in capital contributions from the city of Barrie, or actually, I guess it would be. This is saying from the service partners, which may be Barrie and Aurelia, is that 2.5 or 2.5 million roughly?
That is specific to the city of Barrie, and that is the capital contribution that is part of the new agreement where we're going to be basing the contribution on a depreciation model. So that would be Barry's contribution. The table above it details out the new capital that is committed that will ultimately be paid by the partners, but paid over an extended period using the contribution of related to depreciation.
Okay, and so my question is in 324 page, and sorry, I only have it on the pages, so I'm not looking at it on a screen. I'm looking at it in paper because that's how I work. On page 324, based on the bottom right hand corner, the overall is $24 million in capital commitments. That's just, as I understand, that's just for 2026. Like that is essentially a piece of a date and time for 2026, but then 2027, it's going to be a whole new set of capital commitments. Is that like this is an annual thing, not a overall commitment from the city of Barrie?
Through the chair, yes, that's the capital that's committed for the projects that we anticipated happening in 2026. That's divided amongst the partners based upon the shared agreement in terms of allocation, but then how much is actually being contributed in the year of 2026 is based upon the depreciation model, which is reflected in the next page in that table. And for the city, it would Barrie, it'd be 2.5 million.
Okay, let me ask this question a different way because I'm struggling here and I'm not an accountant, so I just want to understand in my layman's terms. So the contribution, the total capital contribution from the city of Barrie in 2026 will be 2.5 million. That's not a $2.5 million increase.
That through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, and so where it says the total capital commitments for the city of Barrie on page 324 is 24 million. Where does the rest of that money come from, or is that anticipated in future years?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, that's the idea is that the contribution will be in line with the life expectancy of the asset. For example, if you've got an asset that's like a vehicle that's got a 10-year life, then the depreciation method will draw as contributions over 10 years. For facilities, that will be up to 40 years because we depreciate major facilities over 40 years.
Perfect.
My apologies. If I can just interrupt for 1 second here. The reason I know that this seems to be off topic, in my script it says following this discussion, city reps can leave. So I don't know of another opportunity throughout the meeting for the city reps to have these questions. So I wasn't sure if we wanted to go back to GM Sinclair, or I just don't know of another opportunity. So, and Mayor Nuttall, is there anything further on that? I can't see you.
Sorry.
I can't see you on either one of the screens, so it's difficult.
Sorry. Yeah, we can take this offline. I just, last year's budget and this year's budget are presented differently in the service partner arrangements. And so it's really hard to follow what is happening. So I think maybe we should take this offline and I'll get out of the way, and then we'll come back for next Tuesday's meeting.
If I may, Deputy Warden, just to summarize that, yes, that is in line with the new agreement. Yes, there is a significant change, which we did outline with council recently, and they did approve the change. We did have a meeting scheduled with staff earlier this week, but unfortunately, I think the Barrie reps had conflicts. So we do have that lined up for next week. So your staff will be fully briefed and able to ask plenty of questions to get the details behind it.
Thank you. Councillor Leduc?
Yes, thank you. I was going to comment on the fact that the emerging management position we're looking for in this year's budget, Jane, right now you have 4.3 in the budget. It looks like 4.3 people, full-time equivalents, but you have a manager, 2 supervisors. This would add a 3rd supervisor. You have a training coordinator, and then you have half administrative staff in that, and a summer student. Would I be correct in saying that?
That is correct.
This is adding a 3rd supervisor.
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I'm struggling with adding that one in this year. I think we did a great job, and I commend your staff for coming down and working in our community too. We did a nice training exercise that was a nice day with that happened there. But that's what I think these positions do. They, once we put our emergency plan in place and we check our boxes with the province, we do our exercise. It's 16 to 18 exercises a year that they do here, and then the rest of the time they can work at the county's planning department. So to me, this is a tough one to put in this year. I think we did a great job of bringing 2 in last year. So I would suggest that from my point of view, I can't support this position for this year. So thank you. No questions. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. I will go across the screens just to make sure that there isn't anybody waving. I missed it. Not seeing any further questions for GM Sinclair. At this time, we can move on to our engineering, planning, and environment. And at this time, there's a note that says the city reps may depart. Thank you.
The Engineering, Planning, and Environment Division is responsible to deliver programs and services in 5 areas, which include transportation and engineering, solid waste management, forestry, planning, and transit. Transportation and engineering is responsible for roads construction, rehabilitation and maintenance, development engineering review, right-of-way maintenance, and traffic control and illumination. Solid waste management is responsible for solid waste planning, curbside collections, and facilities management. The planning team is responsible for growth directions and strategic systems, planning policies and updates, development review and approvals, special projects and local support. Forestry oversees forest management planning and operations, property upgrades and maintenance, recreational use management, strategic land acquisitions, and the forest conservation bylaw. Transit is responsible for the development and operation of our planned intermunicipal routes, 6 routes to date, and accessible transit servicing and scheduling. We'll now take a look at some of the 2025 accomplishments from the Engineering, Planning, and Environment Division. Some of the 2025 highlights from Engineering, Planning, and Environment Division include the following. Under Transportation and Engineering, the team oversaw the reconstruction or rehabilitation of 50 kilometers of roads, including 5.5 kilometers added due to budget savings from other projects. 5 bridge and culvert projects were completed, including culverts on County Road 17 and County Road 54. Slope stabilization work on County Road 43, Snow Valley, was also completed. Under solid waste management, tonnage, overall similar to 2024 after being adjusted for growth based on the first 8 months of 2025. As for curbside, garbage was up 3.9%, recycling up 0.6%, and organics down 0.5%. From facilities, garbage and diversion up over 30%, diversion largely attributable to the brush chips from the storm. An overall diversion rate was up slightly to 63.7%, again, largely due to ice storm brush chip cleanup. The solid waste management team also started work on the multi-year West Gwillimbury site redevelopment project. They commenced work on planning for a new and expanded organics transfer facility, maximized capacity while finalizing closure for Site 10 in Nottawasaga. They completed curbside and facility waste audits, and they reported those early in 2025. I also delivered options for council consideration on increased organics. They completed and reported on multifamily organics pilot programs and received council approval to roll out in 2026. And they continued work on preparation for the recycling full transition in 2026. Within the planning team, the development review team received or reviewed hundreds of applications from across the county. They completed the approval of 15 local official plan amendments, continued support and approval of several local official plan updates. They oversaw the implementation of the Housing Attainable Supply Action Plan, with a key action item being the completion of a template community planning permit system for use by local partners. The team produced universal development design guidelines to support our local municipalities. They continued ongoing work to review and implement changes from the province. And they conducted background work for the county official plan updates under the Provincial Planning Statement 2024, the Greenland System, and initiated work on the 2076 growth forecast. And for forestry, the spring ice storm necessitated an aggressive response, including substantial adjustments to the planned operations. Standard timber sales were supplemented with contracts to salvage, damaged timber, and clear forest access roads. Forest health assessments and restoration efforts remain ongoing. The team issued and are monitoring 20 additional standard timber sales. 53,000 trees were planted, and substantive property infrastructure upgrades, including signage, internal access roads, parking, property security, and safety implementations were made. 3 property acquisitions totaling 477 acres were acquired in 2025. And finally, Forest Stewardship Council certification. We were successful in achieving an additional 5-year certificate under new international standards with no non-conformances. As for the transit team, ridership continues to grow with a forecasted 275,000 trips in 2025 across all 6 routes. Service delivery review study is underway with recommendations expected for council consideration in early 2026. We will now walk you through the 2026 key initiatives and focus areas and budget highlights. Some of the key initiatives and focus areas within transportation and engineering include County Road 21 Phase 2 to be completed in 2026, as well as utility relocation for Phase 3. County Road 4 construction will continue north with Phase 2 over the next 2 construction seasons. There will be intersection improvements to be constructed, including County Road 96, County Road 7, as well as County Road 22 and County Road 29. And additionally, there will be upgrades to the roads maintenance garage, including building components in Ramera. The Transportation and Engineering Department's operating budget is increasing by $387,000, with overall contents remaining consistent with the 2025 budget. There are no significant changes to revenues, no new staffing requests, and only minor adjustments to expenses. The increase primarily reflects standard operational updates and standard salaries and benefit increases. This 2026 capital budget is $56.2 million. Roads construction projects of $36 million include several multi-year road construction projects such as County Road 4, 21, and 22, rehabilitation and replacement of several structures such as Centerline Bridge over Mad River, various intersection improvements, and $14.5 million to complete approximately 42 kilometers of road rehabilitation. Also included are scheduled fleet replacements of $3.7 million, including 4 plow trucks, 2 one-ton trucks, a loader, a chipper, and 3 pickup trucks based on the county's asset management plan, risk analysis, and staff review. The Creemore and Beaton garages will see work completed on building components, as well as the addition of solar panels at both locations. The Beaton and Orr Lake garages will see their generators replaced with upgraded units, ensuring that operations can be sustained during power failures. Finally, the Ramera garage will add a cold storage building to house equipment and critical supplies, ensuring the security and condition of assets is maintained. Some of the key initiatives or areas of focus within the 2026 budget for solid waste management include consultation and permitting in preparation for the construction of a replacement organics transfer facility. We will see significant budget impacts due to the full provincial recycling transition beginning on January 1st, 2026, part of which the team will be assisting multi-residential recycling collection changes. Site 16 in West will see redevelopment continuing. We will implement the multi-residential organics program, and we will implement tipping fee increases. 2026 operating balance will see an increase of $4.5 million in the solid waste management department. Revenues are decreasing by $8.8 million as a direct result of the transition of the recycling program to Circular Materials Ontario. The full transition of this program reduces subsidies by $15 million. Offsetting this decrease in revenues is an increase in user fees of $992,000. This increase is driven by changes being proposed to tipping fees and an anticipated increase in bag tag revenues. There is also a small decrease in cart services anticipated as the county will no longer service recycling carts. Miscellaneous income includes a one-time increase of $5.1 million coming from the anticipated sale of the recycling carts. Overall, expenses are decreasing by $4.3 million. Salaries and benefits will increase by $762,000 due solely to the standard increase as no staffing additions are being requested. Cost of service delivery is decreasing by $5 million. This decrease incorporates many changes. The most significant is a reduction of $10 million for the collection, transfer, and haulage of recycling materials. There is also a decrease of $348,000 in haulage costs as more haulage of garbage will be done internally, and a decrease in fuel and vehicle expenses of $533,000 based on historical trends and current cost estimates. Items that offset these reductions include a one-time increase in debt repayment of $4.3 million. Proceeds from the sale of recycling carts will pay off the remaining debt for these carts and result in a reduced debt payment in future budgets. Increased costs for processing recycling materials at facilities that were previously covered by Simcoe. $212,000 of additional waste export costs. And the collection cost will be increased for CPI and growth of garbage and organics, and an increase of $778,000 for leaf and yard waste collection. A full transition of the recycling program responsibility has a significant impact on the 2026 budget. It is resulting in a net increase in our overall costs. The largest part of this impact is related to our facilities. Previously, we received approximately $2.3 million in subsidy to fund the cost of managing recycling materials at our sites. While the county will continue to manage materials that come directly to our sites, we will no longer receive any subsidy to offset expenses. It is important to note that a significant portion of our site costs are fixed and will continue even after subsidies end. Previously, certain costs such as portions of cart servicing and promotion and education expenses were partially offset by subsidies. These costs are fixed and must continue, but with the end of subsidy support, we will no longer benefit from economies of scale or partial funding, increasing the financial pressures on the budget. The solid waste management capital budget is $13.7 million. The largest project in 2026 is the construction of the Oro Organics Transfer Station with a budget of $7.9 million. Vehicle replacements of $3.6 million are scheduled, as well as the addition of a dump trailer and highway tractor, allowing additional haulage of waste materials to be completed internally. A budget of $245,000 for cart growth and replacement is included, which is lower than previous years. Moving forward, this item will continue to only include costs for organic and waste carts. The capital budget also includes site improvements, site paving, and site development projects. Within forestry, some of the 2026 key initiatives include continued implementation of management plan, including tending, invasive species management, planting, and timber sales. There will be a focused effort on restoration of ice storm impacted forest areas and infrastructure enhancements, including improved internal forest access roads, mapping, and maintenance plans. And finally, completion of administrative updates to the Forest Conservation Bylaw. Some of the 2026 budget highlights for forestry include that the operating balance for the forest department is increasing by $7,000. Revenues are decreasing by $64,000, resulting from an anticipated reduction in timber sale revenue. The ice storm of last March has impacted the volume and quality of timber, which is expected to have a negative effect on future harvests. While the full extent of these impacts on timber sales remains unclear, ongoing evaluations are underway to better understand the long-term effects. Expenses are decreasing by $57,000, primarily from a reduced transfer to reserves resulting from lower timber revenues. Offsetting this decrease is an increase in salaries and benefits, made up of standard increases as well as small increases relating to an in-year position upgrade. This related to a forestry technician 2. There will also be an increase of $84,000 in facilities. 2 areas of expense drive this increase. Grounds maintenance costs for items such as fencing, gates, and hazardous tree removal are increasing, and the other item being scheduled replacement of an off-road utility vehicle and some small equipment items such as chainsaws and brush saws. Forestry has a modest capital budget of $98,000, which is for a pickup truck replacement. Within the planning area, some of the 2026 key initiatives include continued growth support work, specifically around settlement area boundary expansions with our local partners, Greenland's mapping update of the county official plan, addressing North Simcoe employment lands deficit, and forecasting growth to 2076 to support infrastructure, strategic deployment, and other long-term planning issues. An update to the county official plan is due as a result of the Provincial Planning Statement 2024. We'll see the implementation of the Transportation Master Plan, which was completed in 2024, and the team will assess long-term servicing and septage treatment options. There will be an updated fees and charges review to look at application fees to better support development-related work. The team will also assess appropriate revenue models for required resources. In terms of some value-added projects, the team will oversee the development assessment tool for healthy and resilient communities, as well as further implementation of the Housing ASAP program. Some of the 2026 budget highlights for the planning department includes an operating balance increase of $81,000. Revenues are decreasing by $318,000 and are driven by less growth-related strategy work being planned than in 2025. This results in lower development charge revenue transfer, as these revenues offset the growth-related costs. Major projects that are planned and funded by development charge revenues include the Growth Support Strategy, Severn Sound South Georgian Bay, Housing ASAP Implementation Strategy, and South Georgian Bay Sub-Area Transportation Assessment. Work is currently underway to assess and modernize the fee framework for the planning department, with recommendations for changes to fees and charges expected in 2026. Once fee changes are implemented, they present an opportunity for increased revenues to be realized. Expenses are decreasing by $237,000 and is driven by 2 main factors. Administration expenses are decreasing by $499,000. Planned work on various strategies in 2026 will require less external consulting expense than in 2025, resulting in reduced administrative expenses. Offsetting this decrease is a salaries and benefits increase of $262,000. This increase includes the addition of a manager of transportation system planning who will work collaboratively with the Director of Transportation and Engineering and Planning while providing focused attention on guiding the development of the county's road, transit, and active transportation systems to meet future growth needs. The capital budget for planning contains 1 project, office space optimization, with a budget of $70,000. This project involves replacing and reconfiguring workstations within the existing planning office at the administrative center to improve space efficiency and reflect modern work practices. The redesign will create shared offices, touchdown spaces, and alternative workstations to accommodate more staff, enhance privacy, and support team alignment. Space freed up by digitizing paper files will be repurposed, and the reconfiguration will align with lighting and HVAC upgrades to minimize disruption. Now turning to transit. Some of the 2026 key initiatives include the completion of the service delivery review as part of the Transportation Master Plan update, addition of specialized service hours to return to pre-pandemic levels, and consideration for service contract renewal as the current service provider contract expires in August of 2026. The 2026 budget highlights for transit include that the operating balance in transit will be decreasing by $430,000 in 2026. Revenues are increasing by $212,000, primarily due to two factors. Firstly, an increase in subsidies, as we will receive funding to support the installation of solar lights at various rural bus stops to enhance safety and accessibility. And secondly, despite the delayed implementation of Route 7, Bradford, Westwell, and Barrie to Innisfil, to Barrie, an increase in fare revenue is anticipated as continued growth in ridership is expected on our existing routes. Transit expenses are decreasing by $218,000. This decrease reflects a decrease of $107,000 in administrative costs for consulting, insurance, and advertising. As well, there is a decrease in cost of service delivery expense of $125,000, which is driven by the delay of Route 7, reducing fuel and contracted service costs. Offsetting these savings are increased costs for additional specialized service hours and contractual increases for the existing route service. The 2026 capital budget includes the refurbishment of 4 conventional buses and a request outlining costs for additional buses for delivery in 2027 with no budget requirements in 2026. I would now be happy to take any questions regarding the engineering, planning, and environment budget submission for 2026.
Thank you. I have, sorry, Councillor Miskimins.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Rob, the launch of multi-residential organics, would this include our social housing projects, particularly 250 West Street and Simcoe Street in Bradford?
GM Elliott.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that will include those projects.
Councillor Lebois.
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you to staff for excellent presentation on the budget. Just a suggestion with regard to the recycling program specifically. There's an indication that, you know, there won't be any tax decrease to the residents as a result. And I think that's one of those very visible services that's being provided to the residents. And they're probably expecting, wow, you know, it's going to go down by half on the recycling because they're not collecting as much anymore. So maybe some sort of breakdown of, you know, that budget sheet description that's relatively simple to understand that could be published on the website of the county and then shared with the member municipalities would be helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Fryer.
Thank you. And actually, I was on the same vein as Councillor Voy. Great presentation. I was troubled by seeing the I thought it was 4.2 in the original summary we saw at the front of the presentation, and I think it's 4.5 in the body of the detail, but I'll get going through the slides and I'll see if that's correct or not. I just noticed there's a story that just came out that's talking about Aurelia saving $1.8 million. So I agree fully with Councillor Lavoie that we need to probably message this, and it'd be very helpful to have some detail on that, because I've already been contacted by our Downtown Collingwood Association because Aurelia is going to subsidize the ICI pickup because of the savings. So anything that can be provided to help us with the messaging on that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Councillor McClellan.
Thank you. To GM Elliott, I noticed in the slides it was a $778,000 increase for yard waste pickup. Is that for current service levels? Something I always hear every late summer, late August, early September, is residents want another yard waste pickup. So I was just wondering if we're increasing that service or if that's just the cost of delivery increasing, and what does it look like if we were to add another day in late summer for yard waste pickup? Thank you.
GM Elliott.
Thank you, and through the chair. That is maintaining our existing service levels. Earlier in the year, staff did bring forward a report with some options and identified how that would impact the budget if we chose something different than what's in place today.
Follow on, Councillor McClellan. Councillor Dolan.
Thank you. Councillor McClellan asked one of my questions, and even keeping it at the same service level, Jim Elliott, would there be an opportunity to spread them out differently? So, because we go from, I think it's July till October with no yard waste pickup. So just a thought, maybe not a good one for today when we're dealing with budget, but.
Jim Elliott.
Thank you. Through the chair, staff did look at adjusting this, but there are some challenges with contractors where you've only got so many vehicles and things like that available. So it does present some challenges, which puts pressure on the cost.
And the fact that you're, by your presentation, I got the impression Route 7 won't be a go anytime in 2026.
Through the chair, correct. We've got a delay in the supply of the new transit vehicles, and that would be a 2027 rollout.
My last question is around planning. So, redoing the space and are we anticipating the province is going to follow through on removing planning authority from the county sometime in 2026? And if so, what's the plan?
Jim Elliott.
Sure. Through the chair, we're not anticipating that. We've had a lot of discussions about this internally, and regardless, the work that the planning team does, even if it was governed by our own official plan, we think we would continue with most of that anyways. So this space is really optimizing, or this capital project is to optimize the space, recognizing that we work a little bit differently. We don't need as much space to roll out plans. We've got a more additional or digital approach to working these days. So it's a fairly modest request just to make sure that we can work optimally.
Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Elliott. On page, I don't know if it's your page, 187, it's the culvert on CR 17. One of them is finished. So does that mean that it's in the 2026 budget, it's done?
Jim Elliott.
Through the chair. Yes, as you would be familiar, there's two culverts that are kind of kitty-corner to each other. The one is just wrapping up as we speak, and that resulted in a full road closure. So that will be behind us. The other one is actually only a partial road closure, and that's ongoing work as we speak.
And so will that be finished before winter, or are you expecting to have to do it in the spring again?
Jim Elliott.
Thank you. Through the chair, we're expecting that road to be open to 2 lanes before the end of November of this year.
I lost you.
Sorry, Jim Elliott, you kind of cut it there.
Okay, sorry, through the chair. We're expecting that road to be fully operational with 2 lanes again by the end of November.
Okay, thank you. And one more on the recycling. So right now we are unable to confirm that whether the county is going to provide depot collection services on behalf of circular materials, right? And we still have to figure out if we're going to do it or if circular materials is going to do it. But the bottom line is, if you get regular end of the driveway recycling pickup and you take your recycling to either wherever this depot is, you have to pay. And I think that needs to be publicized, because I don't think they're assuming that because it's going to be the same, because we keep saying everything will be the same, the truck will come, everything. But I think that needs to get out there. And then I did find out that the permit people will be able to put theirs for free because they're not getting a pickup. But we still don't know if we're going to do it or if circular materials is going to do it. and where they're going to do it, which means somebody in Bradford, West Gwillimbury may have to drive to Oral if that's where the Circular Materials puts their depot.
GM Elliott?
Thank you to the chair. I think, Councillor Cox, you've got a good handle on our issues. We are discussing this with Simcoe. We can't really predict what the outcome of those negotiations is going to look like at this point. But you're right, that is an ongoing sticking point.
But the main point that's true is if I have recycling into my driveway and I have extra recycling and I go to the transfer station, I have to pay to put that recycling there. And I think that's what the average person needs to know. That's just my opinion, but I think they're not understanding that. Just a thought for some public relations. Thank you.
Councillor Van Stavern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question in regards to page 203, and we're talking about the Ore Lake generator. My read of it is that we're buying larger generators only for, or primarily for the charging of electric vehicles. My question would be, I possibly forwarded to procurement, should we be looking at hybrid vehicles? Because if we look at our other facilities and we have to start putting larger generators to charge EVs, we could have a significant bill in the future.
GM Elliott?
Thank you, through the chair. Obviously, it's something we look at. We also make decisions around the use of EV vehicles when they're appropriate for their intended purposes. So sometimes in the roads program, we've got trucks out there that run 24/7, do 150,000 kilometers a year. The current market for that's maybe not appropriate. So we look at this on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, I think, and that's what I'm getting at. I think EVs and hybrids and regular vehicles all have their purpose. But when we start to have to spend significant monies on generators and stuff to support them, it's not feasible anymore. And we have to look at that, even though we're trying to facilitate our Climate Action Committee requirements. Thank you.
Don't see any other electronic hands. I will go back and take a look at the other screen. Not seeing any further hands. I can turn it back over to Warden Clark to, I believe, take us to break.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Warden. Yeah, I made it back in record time. I was going to break now till, what do you think, 1 o'clock, everybody? Would that be long enough? 12:26 to 1 for lunch?
Yep.
Okay, we'll see everybody then. Is that enough time? Okay, we are back live, and I'll just refer to my clerks that I still have a quorum.
Thank you, Warden. Yes, you do have a quorum. And as far as roll call, we have all members in attendance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then I've got the Warden, CEO, Clerks, and Archives in short video. Jonathan, whenever you're ready, and then I believe the questions go to Mark.
Good morning, Council. We're going to go through the Warden, CAO, Clerks, and Archives budgets for the 2026 budget. Go through the first part fairly quickly, as I believe Council's up to speed on the provisions of these services. So as you can see, this budget makes up these various areas and these other responsibilities, which we'll go through in a little more detail. So within Warden and Council, the roles and responsibilities, as you know, are prescribed by the Municipal Act and other pieces of legislation, and are about approximately 70 plus council and committee meetings to oversee the governance of the corporation of the County of Simcoe. CAO's office is kind of the administrative and strategic leadership of the corporation, providing direction and assistance for not only the operations but council, and maintaining relationships externally. The Clerk's Department is our council and committee secretariat, does all the information management, privacy, and compliance and oversight of legislation, and looks after the monitoring provincial legislation for impactful legislation towards any of our operations in the corporation. Archives acquires, preserves, and makes accessible to the public our documented history and all the records of our member municipalities and the City of Barrie. Does that through preservation of photographs, newspapers, as well as historical content such as council meetings. We do receive over 1,800 research visits, inquiries annually at the archives. In terms of accomplishments in 2025, the Warden and Council's provided leadership, as stated, compliant with our various acts. There's been a lot of projects in 2025 that's taken up a lot of the Warden's time, as well as myself as CAO. The clerks have been extremely busy. They assisted council in navigating the council composition changes process, implemented some hybrid technology for the council meetings, which council's aware of, completed the procedure bylaw review, processed some FOI requests in compliance with legislation, and assisted with a number of other policies. The archives completed the archives renovation project in 2025. Council just got a tour of the archives, which enhances the public-facing spaces and optimizes a number of our workflow. They also assisted a number of municipal partners, individuals, and organizations and genealogical groups with their research. As far as key focuses for these various areas in 2026, Warden and Council will continue to look at our strategic plans and various strategic directions set by Council and implement those from a governance perspective. Continue to work on projects in intergovernmental relations and work on public media relations events, as well as participation in various agencies such as FCM, WOWC, and AMO. CAO's office will continue to strategically plan and implement our directions from Council and continue to work on modernization efficiency initiatives to try and save money to the taxpayers, but provide the highest standard levels of service we possibly can. A lot more required, I think, in terms of intergovernment relationships, as well as strategic partnerships and oversights. Clerk's Department is going to continue to support the Warden and Council with respect to the regular operations. Preparing for orientation and inaugural meeting as 2026 is an election year, as well as training related to that. We support the lower tier municipalities with the elections, including the compliance audit committees, which I think worked out very good last year, and we'll continue to process requests that we receive on FOI and similar types of legislation, as well as records management. The archives is looking at replacing some of our building automation systems and software that's reached end of life, and continue to work to improve access to the records by focusing on some of the lower tier records and getting some of the unprocessed records processed, and refining some of our databases to improve our search capabilities. In terms of the 2026 budget, and I'll turn you to the budget binder under the category of warden, CAO, clerks, and archives. Pretty standard budget from previous years with a couple of variances that have increased the costs. So there is a revenue decrease of $20,000 that's related to the county conference. As you recall, we have that every 2 years. So there isn't a county conference in 2026, so there will be no transfer from reserve. In terms of expense increases, mainly due to salaries and benefits, if you look in under the warden and council section, the increases to compensation for warden, deputy warden, and council members is included in the 2026 budget as directed by council. There is an additional position called Government Relations Manager with a detailed explanation in the budget book. This was discussed, if you recall, at last year's budget and has been included in previous budgets, but given the current state of relations with the province and others, we believed it was important at this time to put this position back in for the consideration of council. As well as there are inflationary and collective agreement increases across all departments in the county. So you are seeing an overall expense increase in this area of $724,000. Capital increases are related specifically to the archives building asset management requirements as outlined. If there's any questions, we'd be happy to field those now.
I'll just wait for the screen. Any questions from members of council? Okay, Councillor Dolan.
Thank you. Through you to CAO Aiken, that's 700 and I haven't got the number in front of me right now, increase in salaries and benefits. How much of that is attributed to the raise that members of council gave to themselves?
366,000.
And that's still not up to the full salary. So in 2027, when the new council, it'll be increased again.
That's correct. Approximately the same amount. You recall the increase was spread out over 3 years.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Okay, Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to CAO Aiken. Can you give me a little bit more than the paper description of this job, please? I'm gathering. I think I know exactly, but I do agree that maybe this is a good time for us to have it. But I just into it a little bit more, please.
Actually, I appreciate that question because paper always doesn't always garner. This is a position that we've looked at a number of times, dating way back even to about 2008. As you know, we've got very good relationships with the province at the staff level, myself and the GMs to the deputy ministers and the ADMs and even the district managers, but more so even between our managers and our various departments and the staff and the various pieces. Where we likely fall short and we rely on AMO and we rely on like the regional single tier CAOs group, which I'm a part of, it's the policy side. And these government relations positions kind of focus on the policy and policy development side. And it's not all about, and I want to be very clear to council, it's not all about political relationships, although that's a big part of it, particularly when you're dealing with things that are less operational or less service manager oriented and more political. There's going to be that component of it, but it's also in the development of policy and bringing forward things that the province is very siloed, and the policy people don't always understand that. I'll use paramedic services for an example. When you invest in community paramedicine, it has a very positive impact on the number of calls and the number of frequent flyers we get. but that doesn't always lead to the policy side. So a government relations person in this position, and it's a very common position in a lot of the regional governments, brings Simcoe County specific experiences to the attention of the policy staff on the government side, which helps formulate new policy as well as get Simcoe County's concerns heard by the ministers.
Follow up, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. And this would also benefit all the municipalities, because anything they would need to know, or if they had any concerns with planning policies, like they sit down in their offices but don't understand what's going on up here.
Yeah,
it would help.
Very much so. And it's not just the member municipalities, the separated cities.
Right.
As a as a designated service manager, and we advocate right across the board, regardless of where the services are. We don't see the boundaries. We service the county. And so certainly there'll be a direct positive impact, I think, to all of the member municipalities and separated cities if we can lobby, if you will, policy changes and political decisions that would have more understanding of Simcoe County's position.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Sondu.
Thank you, Warden. I was going to reserve my comments to the end when all the presentations are done, but I'll say it now. I think now is the time not to look at positions like this. We're looking at, in this budget, 35 positions to be hired in 2026, and this does not include the ones that we hired during the year in 2025. The budget, the assumptions say that it's a 4% increase. Well, that's a 4% tax rate increase. When you actually look at the numbers, it's more like a 6.2% tax levy increase, because you're jumping 14 million from previous year to this year in the tax levy numbers. This is the year that we need to look at the budget and go with the essentials that we need, the front line, the boots on the ground, not the supervisory or the management staff or the other office staff. I'm in favor of paramedics and the people that are actually going to be serving the residents. The interaction with the other levels of the government, that's where 32 of these people that represent county comes in. We are the ambassadors of the county. Warden is the head. CAO, those are the people, our directors, our GMs. Those are the ones that's got to work with the province and get the information. This is a $154,000 hit. There's no way I can support that. We should be protecting the frontline workers this time and get those jobs done rather than the top heavy ones. I do have other comments, but Warden, I'll reserve it for the later time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Worship, I think you're right. Certainly when we do the overview, and there is a chart in the summary, Councillor Sandu, that speaks to all of the positions, and Trevor has some trending with respect to where we're at. But as you're fully aware, because a lot of our services, particularly our frontline services, are funded through flow-through monies, a lot of the positions that we add on an annual basis are directly related to increases in demand and are funded. So there is no direct impact to the taxpayer for a lot of those positions. But to your point, some of them do have a tax impact. So Trevor can clarify that when we get to the summary on the positions, if there's any questions around that. And certainly appreciate any feedback and comment. This was brought up last year in the budget. And, I believe some people feel that maybe government relations on the policy side would help us significantly in terms of garnering more funding or getting more funding for programs that would actually offset our operational impacts, which is a tax increase to the residents. So certainly can have that debate.
Okay, Councillor Miskimins.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, I'm going to take a counterpoint. I absolutely support this position. It should have been done 15 years ago, as far as I'm concerned. In the corporate world, you always have government relations people, and it's usually its own department that has many members, depending on the size of the company. I think they do influence policy. I think they do get our name out there. I think that does enable us to get more flow through money. So I'm all supportive of this. I think if there's, to counter your point, if there is fat to be trimmed, I think it's in other areas. I think this is a significant investment that will have a great ROI for the residents of Simcoe County, working alongside our government partners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing it. I've got everybody on screen now, and oh yes, Councillor Fryer. There you go.
Since it's being argued, I'm going to say that I don't support it. The way I'm looking at it is it'll just be a year before we come to having a full-time warden, and I believe the full-time warden will be doing a lot of those types of duties. So I'm just adding my 2 cents worth for right now, and obviously we'll talk about it more in open session later.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I can tell you that I absolutely support this position. I think there are other areas that we can make some cuts for sure, but this area, I can tell you that my council in Wasaga Beach implemented this position, intergovernmental affairs, at the beginning of this term. And, we have been able to garner through having that kind of connection and that constant communication and relationship building back and forth, several over, about $160 million. And so I would argue with anybody all day long that every municipality, however, don't anyone else do it until we're finished, but every other municipality in the county should have this. If you'd already have an intergovernmental affairs individual who is skilled in dealing with the other levels of government, you should. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any further hands on this one, so we'll go
comment,
on.
Your Worship,
go
if
ahead,
I could. I certainly don't want anybody to think there's duplication related to this. I mean, the warden spends a lot of time dealing directly with MPPs and ministers at that level. Staff, like I said, we have fantastic relationships as a service manager with the staff, even right up to the ADMs and the DMs. Really, this is focused on the policy creation and ensuring that we're getting the funding that we, as a growing region, should have to support our services.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any further hands, so why don't we go into economic development and Lake Simcoe Regional Airport, gentlemen?
Thank you, Council. Now we'll go through the economic development and Lake Simcoe Regional Airport budgets. As you know, lots of things going on, both in ED with the current state of affairs in the world and the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport investments to try and drive the economy and some economic boosters in the region. With respect to accomplishments in 2025, we did implement and complete our strategy goals for our 21 to 25 ED strategy, which included a number of investment attraction initiatives, talent attraction and retention initiatives as directed by County Council. We also worked on business retention expansion initiatives as our third pillar in our economic development strategy. One of the things that popped up that economic development's been very busy on is the development and implementation of our tariff action plan, which as the Economic Development Committee and Council is aware has a number of pieces to that as well. The Lake Simcoe Regional Airport was busy in 2025, participated in planning and execution of our airport facility expansion, continuing our airport certification process, working on new investments in and around the airport, as well as continuing to advance the runway extension planning and design processes in the public consultation. Also managed a number of local air show and staging aircraft for flyovers of the Barrie Air Show and the Snowbirds over Midland Harbor. In terms of 26 key initiatives, economic development will be continuing to implement the Tariff Action Plan as that continues to evolve. Undertake economic development strategic plan update to guide us into the future for our economic development strategy, and work on outbound activities in 2026, looking to focus again on Japan and the auto industry. The Lake Simcoe Regional Airport, looking at tendering the project and construction of runway expansion to 7,000 feet. Working with Orange, who are building a new hangar, 90 to 100,000 square foot hangar, and continuing to work towards certification as well, and attracting new tenants and making the airport viable. In terms of the budget highlights, the economic development budget itself on the ED side is looking at an increase of about $305,000 or 4.6% in the operating side. This relates primarily to the reserve increase for the economic development strategy update and the outbound mission that I mentioned earlier. There is some reduced funding for the final year of the Rural Economic Development Grant, which impact revenues. We're looking at increased expenses due to an addition of half a body. To try and be efficient, we're sharing a body between the economic development partnership and the airport. So there will be half an FTE allocated to economic development, airport service assistant, standard salary increases, as well as a transfer to reserve. So overall, not a bad operating budget. In terms of Lake Simcoe Regional Airport, revenue increases of around $28,000, offset by expense increases of around $89,000. These are related to salaries and benefits. The other half of the FTE I mentioned earlier, and facilities expense decrease actually relating to some of our non-capital asset management items that were lower than 2025. The capital expense breakdown for the airport is pretty substantial. As you know, we're looking at making some big investments in 2026 in the airport. They break down by the runway expansion at $9.2 million, some equipment replacements at $66,000, water system improvements at around $20,000 through our contract with Aqua. So those are the budgets for the Economic Development Department and Lake Simcoe Regional Airport. We'd be happy to take any questions.
Do I have any questions on the economic development piece or the airport? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so then we will roll into the Service Simcoe video then, and then we'll wrap up with Mark. Go ahead.
So now we'll go over Service Simcoe, which is our public engagement department, communications and events, marketing and creative services, as well as Experience Simcoe County, which is our tourism entity, and the Simcoe County Museum. In terms of an overview, we'll go through these in a little more detail in the next few slides. So public engagement, our customer service function responds to more than 14,000 public contacts a month and supports our internal departments on particularly waste management and roads. Communication and events promotes and educates residents on all of our programs and services, deals with media and issues management, and develops our corporate communications plans. Marketing Creative Services looks after our campaigns, social marketing initiatives, coordinates our advertising and media buys, and supports all internal corporate initiatives with graphic design and creative services, photography and video. Experience Simcoe County, our tourism entity, supports all of our tourism partners across the region and our assets and leads our tourism development promotion entities. It focuses on the core pillars: leadership and representation, partnership and collaboration, product development and innovation, marketing and promotion, as well as research and learning. Also looks after a number of our funds and grants. Simcoe County Museum sees over 30,000 visitors annually, has more than 26,000 artifacts and 16 heritage displays that depict the history of the county, going through some extensive museum ground improvements, and we'll get into the capital builds towards the museum expansion shortly. In 2025, public engagement was extremely busy, supporting a number of departments with new programs. Partnered with Solid Waste on Salesforce, our cart serialization project. Worked with Lynx Transit and a number of other departments to deal with various service changes to inform the public and continue to grow our new social media channels and support things such as our strategies such as our 10-year affordable housing and homelessness and our age-friendly calendar. Communication and events led a number of large and impactful events in 2025, including the Simcoe Village milestone announcement, the Aurelia Social Services Hub grand opening, as well as a number of other things. Managed communications to build up our PR campaigns and our various launches of service announcements, and led and supported a number of developments, including improved services to our residents. Marketing Creative Services had a very good busy year as well, supporting a number of divisions with various initiatives outlined on this slide. Very useful information, very professional information being presented to the public. Experience Simcoe County implemented the second year of our Destination Stewardship Program, developed a craft beverage tourism development strategy, worked with a number of partners, received and implemented development marketing plans with the Midland Municipal Accommodation Tax, and worked with the aspiring Georgian Bay Geopark Committee on the UNESCO Geopark. The museum worked extensively on the Matthews Transportation Innovation Gallery. Those constructions started in 2025. The museum was closed, as council recalls, to accommodate the renovations. It's since opened, at least partly, to support our programs. HVAC replacement project was completed. The winter skate trail had a record over 6,000 skaters. Hopefully the weather will support that. And we are continuing our forest management site development and restoration of the locomotive from the city of Barrie. In terms of 2026 initiatives, we are developing a 24-hour web portal for residents, which will be utilized. We're going to be doing quite a bit of public engagement on that to make sure the residents are aware of those enhanced supports. And we'll continue to support solid waste management on the extended producer responsibility changeover, which I suspect will be a challenge, as well as knowledge base articles for Salesforce and ongoing departmental public survey, things like age-friendly, working with our various community groups. Communication and events supporting the 10-year housing strategy, In Mina's area, continued proactive awareness around our social and community services, homelessness prevention, our Rose Street build, and the BWG build announcements. Supporting the 5-year age-friendly strategy launch, working with the IC&I recycling, and continue to work with that, and enhancements to our overall corporate communications and corporate objectives on things like EDI, people and culture, and divisional engagement around those HR-led initiatives internally. Marketing creative services continue to work with HR on recruitment and retention support, our long-term care and senior services areas for job fairs, events, and focused marketing for recruitment. Continuing to support initiatives such as Simcoe Village, economic development, social and community services, solid waste management, paramedic services, and the people and culture efforts within human resources. Experience Simcoe County, our tourism entity, in 2026 will be focusing on culture and sport enhancement fund, a 3-year implementation of our tourism destination stewardship plan, further implementation of our Made in Simcoe County strategies, implementation of the craft beverage tourism development strategy, as well as a number of things to support our regional tourism base and our tourism operators. The museum has completed, will be completing phase 1 of the Matthews Transportation Innovation Gallery in 2026. Continued applications for new grants were available for operations and capital, and we're working to develop the People's Gallery permanent exhibition and the Innovation Gallery permanent exhibition, as well as development of our museum strategic plan. In terms of the budget, it's broken down in your budget book under Service Simcoe. Overall, the operating balance is only an increase of $119,000, about 1.4% increase from the previous year, with a number of ins and outs, which I will cover here. We do have revenue increases related to increased admissions for the skate trail and projected for the opening of the new Innovation Transportation Gallery. We did utilize reserve for the biannual gallery refresh. The Midland Municipal Accommodation Tax supports the increase in efforts that tourism is providing in North Simcoe. And there is a decrease in the final year of the Barry Caboose Restoration Project, as that project is being completed in 2026. As far as the expenses, they are increasing 232, broken down by the various areas to help you better understand. Communications is up a small amount, 54,000, basically salary and benefits. A bit of a reduction in the Building Up Simcoe County Awareness Program, as that program is reached its stride, and some branded merchandise recoveries. The museum expenses are only up about 8,000, even though we have an addition of 1.6 FTEs, which includes a maintenance facilities worker and a part-time receptionist associated with the expansion at the museum. We do have increased operating costs with new space, including electricity, building maintenance, and insurance related to the new stage. This is offset by decreases in the consulting fees related to the 25 budget around the HVAC, as well as fewer in-year maintenance projects scheduled for 2026. So overall, a pretty flat budget in museum. Public engagement did have an increase of about 54,000 standard salary and benefits, as well as a decrease in uniform costs and lower mobile cost expenses, which offsets some of those increases. Tourism is an increase of 115,000 related to the Made in Simcoe feasibility study, the expansion of the Made in Simcoe initiative, increase in tourism partner meetings and supports, increasing costs related to the Midland Municipal Accommodation Tax, program, money in, money out on that, and standard salaries and benefits offset a little bit by some decreases in some consulting fees from 2025. So overall, the operational budget is fairly flat. The capital budget does include expenses of 3.3 million, which are related primarily, although they're paid for through various revenues related to reserves and capital financing equipment. They are related to the Matthews Legacy Project, the next phase of the museum expansion, the forestry sawmill building on the museum grounds, generator replacement as part of the expansion, and a van replacement for your tourism. So again, fairly flat budget across Service Simcoe, but we'd be happy to take any questions from council at this time.
Do I have any questions for Mark on the Service Simcoe budget? I am not seeing any. So with that, we will roll into the corporate performance video, and I believe that's the last one.
Hello, my name is Trevor Wilcox, General Manager Corporate Performance. Today I'm happy to take you through the 2026 budget for my division. I will start with a review of the organization, followed by our accomplishments this year, and then a review of the budget plan and impacts affecting next year. These 7 departments make up the Corporate Performance Division. Facilities Maintenance and Development is led by Brad Spiewak. Finance is led by our Treasurer, Leland Sibic. Human Resources is led by Jane Parr. Legal Services is led by Zara Walpole. Information Technology is led by Henry DeJager. People and Inclusivity is led by Frishta Side. And Procurement, Fleet, and Property is led by Dawn Hipwell. Council, I know you are aware of what our departments do, but for the benefit of those watching, I will quickly provide an overview of each area. The new Facility Maintenance and Development Department brings together a specialized team to manage, maintain, and grow county facilities. Areas of focus include asset management and citywide projections for regulatory compliance and long-term asset planning, the development of new county facilities, repairs and maintaining legacy facilities, strategic capital asset replacement strategies, engineering, design, and project management, both facility and property management of county facilities, oversight and installation of security and access systems. All of this is done with a focus on energy management for utility reductions and regulatory compliance of buildings and systems. Finance covers the standard financial functions such as financial reporting, cash management, tax policy, and administration. Additional areas include audit and risk management, analytics and performance measurement, and of course budgeting, forecasting, and planning. Asset management has developed into a significant role that has grown as we developed and refined our asset management plans in line with provincial requirements. Human Resources has 5 key areas of focus. The first is our strategic HR business partners, who provide generalist HR leadership for divisional and departmental leaders. This includes workforce planning, staff engagement strategies, and managing dispute resolution investigations, mediations, and grievances. Second is talent acquisition and employee experience, which includes the significant and evolving needs around recruitment, but also ongoing retention and talent management. Third, organizational health and labor relations covers the 13 collective agreements we have and the processes around them. This area also covers health, safety, and wellness, including leave management and return to work, as well as total compensation around salary and benefit administration. The fourth area is pension, payroll, and HR business transformation, which manages the pension and pay processes and is also focused on process redesign, digitization, and analytics. And finally, people and organizational development, which encompasses all aspects of learning and development, as well as performance management, succession planning, and people and culture strategy. Legal Services provides several needs for the organization. Overall is the provision of general legal advice and opinions as needed to all departments. Some specifics include contract creation, review and negotiation, real estate, and land use planning law. This department also oversees general litigation, Ontario Land Tribunal hearings, and appeals, as well as other administrative tribunal matters. However, employment and labor law is serviced by outside counsel specialized in this area. Social housing legal matters include programs related to homeownership, renovation, and second suite mortgages. This has been a beneficial service to program participants. The Information Technology Department covers 4 main areas. The first is technical infrastructure. This is all the devices and technology used to connect employees, applications, and departments in the organization, as well as all the library and municipal locations, over 120 in all. Next is business applications and tech support, which covers the implementation and ongoing technical management of all the business applications used in the county. The third area is data and analytics, which ensures availability of data both internally and externally, as well as facilitating reporting and dashboards for analysis. And finally, IT security. The needs in this areas have grown so significantly that we now have a specific manager and budget items to address it. People and Inclusivity provides education and expertise to raise awareness about inclusive culture and Indigenous relations. The hope is to drive meaningful change through the creation of an inclusivity strategy and build a wide range of beneficial stakeholder relationships, internal and external networks, alliances, and ensuring opportunities for partnerships. PF&P, or Procurement Fleet and Property, spans a broad range of services in 5 different areas. Procurement handles hundreds of procurement processes and contracts that cover everything from office supplies to road construction to heavy equipment. Fleet and Asset Management covers the planned and unplanned maintenance of all the county's vehicles, including ambulances, buses, trucks, and road equipment. They also oversee all vehicle licensing, accident investigations, and related insurance claims, as well as monitoring and tracking the county's furniture and equipment inventory. Real Estate and Lease Administration oversees acquisitions, sales, and other strategic real estate initiatives. Lease Administration manages over 300 leases, with the county acting as either tenant or landlord. The Simcoe Village campus will add another 200 leases to this team's scope. Strategic property planning and acquisition is completed in line with service department requirements, such as the paramedic facility plan, the LSRA strategic plan, and corporate space requirements. The Sustainable Operations team focuses on several areas, including utilities and energy procurement, monitoring thousands of utility bills annually for accuracy and opportunities for savings, identifying best practices in the municipal space for reducing our environmental footprint, as well as championing the corporate climate action plan that is focused on lowering our operational GHG emissions. PF&P also oversees the operations of the Administration Center. Now I will cover some of the accomplishments of the division this year. The Finance Department has been actively engaged in several key initiatives this year, focusing on enhancing operations and ensuring compliance. For asset management, we successfully completed a new version of the asset management plan to meet the 2025 Ontario regulation requirements. There was also ongoing work to refine the asset inventories within the asset management software, which will ensure accuracy and reliability. These efforts are crucial for effective asset management and compliance. Finance successfully implemented the new budget and reporting software that will provide better integration and reporting. In accounting, improvements were made to tracking, reporting, and accounting of asset retirement obligations to ensure compliance with regulatory standards. Lastly, through a significant regional team effort, the Simcoe County Municipalities Insurance Pool, which will benefit all member municipalities and the City of Orillia. In alignment with the strategic initiative to support a healthy workplace culture, the People and Culture Steering Committee worked with cross-corporate action teams in the areas of appreciation and recognition, as well as career development. Cross-corporate action teams are continuing to develop new action steps, which will be implemented throughout 2026. Working with each division, departments have determined critical roles and strategic changes to roles as they completed their workforce plan. Succession planning at the director level has begun in fall 2025. The non-union performance evaluation system was digitized and now is accessed through My Hub for improved access, transparency, and efficiency. The Health and Safety Excellence Program, emphasizing policy reviews and training, resulted in a $250,000 rebate. The next focus in this area is psychological safety. A nationally recognized survey called Guarding Minds at Work was conducted, and the results will be used to inform next steps to support and improve corporate culture. This year, our mental health ecosystem benefits were a finalist for the Benefits Canada Awards. Finally, labor relations was active with 4 new collective agreements negotiated or arbitrated. Continuing with HR, it was a busy year with the business partners supporting leaders and staff in conflict resolution, which included 35 formal workplace investigations. Many recruiting events and programs were run with a focus on building a candidate pipeline. LTC continues to require significant recruitment efforts to ramp up increased care hours and reduce the need for agency staff. As both federal and provincial legislation related to foreign national workers changed, HR pivoted to address this new requirements and support employees. Lastly, HR is continuing to eliminate paper and improve processes. Through the new My Hub portal, changes were made to eliminate emails, Excel spreadsheets, and paperwork, and provide clear employee and leader access to basic HR information. The work of the Legal Services Department is divided between handling routine transactional matters, such as road widenings, social housing second suites, and capital repair loans, contract review, general legal inquiries, and more strategic legal advice and consultation. This year's focus in that regard has been with respect to airport development matters, new seniors social housing models, and process and contractual changes arising from new Occupational Health and Safety Association construction case law. The legal landscape with respect to construction matters is growing increasingly complex. In addition, the Legal Services Department has continued its legal learning seminars, which have proven extremely popular with staff, and each year the department receives requests to explore new topics to improve employee knowledge. IT completed various infrastructure upgrades and new system implementations in 2025. This includes the implementation of a new corporate budgeting system, various security improvement projects, and development of a new SAP work order management system for social housing. IT continued to develop solutions on the Salesforce CRM platform for social housing by law enforcement and the main call center. New websites were created for Springwater and Severn libraries, as well as a new centralized address manager application for member municipalities to prepare for the new 911 system. Many new dashboards and analytics were created for both internal and external access. A major undertaking in 2025 included the migration of our enterprise resource planning software, SAP, to a cloud-hosted environment. This was completed seamlessly. The inaugural year for the new People and Inclusivity Department was full of activity. The manager actively engaged employees across the organization to introduce the department. Training covered nearly 240 staff in Indigenous education and EDI fundamentals, with efforts continuing into next year. EDI events were hosted with over 200 attendees. Highlights including Accessibility Week with Paralympic medalist Leanne Taylor, an inaugural Black History Month Lunch and Learn, as well as a Pride event with the Gilbert Center. An internal people and culture calendar was created with religious, cultural, and heritage days of significance, as well as county-celebrated events. In addition to training, policy reviews and recommendations were provided to support inclusive practices and align departmental policies with EDI principles. The People and Inclusivity Committee was established and provides a collaborative space for staff across the county to share ideas and suggestions in advancing EDI initiatives across the organization. Internal communication will provide learning information, training, and event details. In 2025, PF&P updated 2 key corporate policies, the procurement policy as well as the real estate acquisition and disposition policy. PF&P continues to lead the effort to refresh the furniture and equipment inventory across the corporation and has implemented several new processes this year that will improve disposition oversight and planning in this area. Several strategic real estate acquisitions were made in support of the LSRA and community housing future operations. Several construction projects were completed in 2025, including the Georgian Manor Long-Term Care 16-bed addition, as well as an expanded parking lot and pickleball court at Georgian Village, the archives renovation, and the Springwater Paramedic Post. The Simcoe Village campus project is ongoing through 2026 and into 2027. The Maintenance and Facilities Lean project was completed, resulting in our new Facilities Maintenance and Development Department. Projects underway that will transition to the new department include the addition to the LSRA Maintenance Garage, the Matthews Gallery addition to the museum, and the new Wabashian Paramedic Station. Now I will walk through the 2026 key initiatives or focus for each department. As the new department is coming together in a formal manner, the new team will be firming roles, responsibilities, and ensuring smooth delivery of services. This will also highlight strengths and weakness of the team and any skill gaps for future consideration and enhancement of services. New construction projects include 20 Rose, 69 Harriet, and Birch Street in Collingwood for community housing, as well as projects underway for paramedics, museum, and LSRA. As part of the county CCAP initiatives, there are several rooftop solar projects planned for 2026. Lastly, there are several annual planned capital asset replacement works across many community housing sites, county facilities as well, the not-for-profit buildings, in the housing system through the capital loan program. Many of these projects include roofs, kitchens, paving, windows, garden suites, electrical upgrades, and building repipe, to name a few. As we look ahead to 2026, Finance has several key initiatives and focuses that will drive efforts in asset management and budgeting. In asset management, we will continue the implementation of long-term asset management strategies and initiatives focusing on the new funding model to meet the future financial needs. In addition, we will focus on enhancing our business processes, policies, and reporting related to asset management. This includes the implementation of systems to capture any remaining equipment and ensuring comprehensive data management. For budgeting, we will be making improvements using our new software system to reduce manual input and streamline workflows. These enhancements will result in more accurate, timely, and user-friendly published documentation, supporting both internal planning and public reporting. The Finance Department will lead the update of the Development Charges Study, which is essential for forecasting infrastructure needs tied to growth. This study will ensure that development-related costs are fairly and accurately recovered, aligning with legislative requirements and long-term capital planning. For HR in 2026, the People and Culture Plan will continue its focus on creating staff connection through improved internal communication, recognition, and appreciation, as well as career development. Leaders will be supported with succession planning and team performance initiatives. Outcomes from the org design and compensation review will be implemented. HR will lead an end-to-end review of recruitment and onboarding processes to support both staff and leaders. Employee engagement processes will be improved by enhancing the exit interview process and adding stay interviews after 6 months. HR will continue its work on health and safety excellence modules to achieve a rebate which can be reinvested in staff safety. The Guarding Minds at Work survey results will be used to reduce risks related to psychological safety. Continued work with the MyHub platform will enable more streamlined HR process and analytics. Finally, HR will navigate the labor relations environment and negotiate 4 collective agreements. The Legal Services Department expects to build on the success of its in-house legal learning programs. Legal also anticipates that it will have a continued and increasing strategic role with respect to programs aimed at addressing homelessness prevention, airport development, and the increasingly complex world of construction contracting and administration. Reactive behaviors with mental health challenge are becoming more frequent and challenging to deal with. Legal will lead a team to create a toolbox to assist staff and counselors. In 2026, IT will be releasing monthly updates to the MyHub platform to continue engagement with frontline staff and improve operational insight of program areas. Salesforce, customer relationship management software, will be rolled out to multiple program areas including solid waste management, social housing, and paramedic services. IT will be implementing a new disaster recovery solution to support business continuity, as well as secure backups of all systems. The centralized scheduling project will continue to be rolled out across the remaining long-term care homes, as well as paramedic services. In 2026, we will continue inclusivity and Indigenous relations education to support staff and member municipalities. An EDI strategy and action plan will be developed to foster an inclusive culture. With partners, an Indigenous Relations Action Plan will be developed to address the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. In 2026, PF&P will implement the Fleet Management Information System, and the Fleet Operations Policy will be reviewed and revised. Real estate continues the search for land to meet the requirements of the Paramedic Facility 10-year plan, and will investigate and action any other strategic acquisitions that support future corporate plans. Support for the Simcoe Village Campus project will continue through 2026 and into 2027. This includes SAP system preparation to accommodate 200 new units of housing and commercial leases, procurement planning for furniture, fixtures, and equipment, as well as move-in planning. Now I will cover the 2026 budget financial highlights for corporate performance. The budget contains an operating balance increase of $3.2 million. Looking first at revenue, the key drivers behind the projected $226,000 increase include a higher recovery for IT support and services provided to our municipal partners and external agencies, which is a cost recovery model, so are offset by corresponding expenses. There is a higher transfer from reserve to support employee health and safety initiatives. This funding originated through the WSIB Group rebate, which recognized our strong performance in workplace safety and risk management. These initiatives will help strengthen our internal safety culture and reduce long-term liabilities. Total expenses are increasing $3.4 million, mainly due to increases in salary and benefits, as well as cost of service delivery. Salary and benefits are increasing by $1.7 million, mainly driven by collective agreements and standard increases plus 5 full-time staff positions and 1 co-op student position. These are made up of the following. For finance, a senior accounting clerk to support growing demands in social and community housing area, including growth in capital construction projects. For HR, a business partner program coordinator who will focus on program management for the county's foreign national workers, as well as labor relations functions assisting to maintain low risk levels related to employee relations. For IT, a business systems analyst, which will support the growing demand for high quality business intelligence and analytics and implement electronic process improvements and modernization across IT platforms. For fleet, a coordinator is required to maintain the county's growing fleet, furniture and equipment assets, and also a mechanic, which is needed for paramedics to service more vehicles in-house and reduce overall vehicle maintenance costs. The co-op student will support a variety of administrative tasks and efficiency initiatives for PF&P and potentially enable future recruiting. Cost of service delivery will increase by $1.5 million, mainly due to higher IT costs related to software, security monitoring, and network infrastructure. The county, along with many municipalities, are seeing external IT costs grow significantly this year. The proposed 2026 capital program, which totals $3.8 million, reflects strategic investments in infrastructure, technology, and operational efficiency. The program includes asset management items such as administration center components, IT infrastructure improvements, and 2 vehicle replacements that addresses aging assets and infrastructure. Other initiatives include digital transformation initiatives that will modernize business operations, streamline service delivery, and increase staff engagement through technology. A fleet management information system is planned to allow more efficient reporting and analysis of our large and varied fleet to identify opportunities for savings and to improve performance oversight. HR recruitment technology development to streamline recruitment and onboarding processes. Current recruitment processes are manual and reliant on email and paper processes, leading to inefficiencies. This development aims to improve applicant tracking, automate workflows, standardize job postings, and allow metrics reporting. HR digitization on the MyHub platform will deliver new functionality to support workforce planning, succession planning, and learning and development. I will now quickly review the General Municipal Services Department, which encompasses several core financial and community support functions. In 2026, the operating balance will increase by $7.2 million. Operating revenues will increase by $13.6 million. This is driven by a $14 million increase in the county levy, which includes a 2% increase for operating needs, a 2% increase for asset management requirements, and an anticipated 2% increase for growth from property asset additions based on the 5-year trend. Offsetting this is an expected decrease of $1.9 million in miscellaneous income, primarily due to falling interest rates. Lastly, the transfer from reserve will increase by $1.5 million to fund the Lakehead University commitment. Expenses are increasing in 2 areas: cost of service delivery and transfer to reserve. Cost of service delivery will increase by $1.9 million due to a $1.5 million increase in grants related to the commitment to Lakehead University and a 2% increase in the levy for Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit. Transfer to reserve will increase by $4.6 million. This increases the asset management reserve allocation to $14.4 million and directly supports the county's completed asset management framework, which ensures long-term sustainability of infrastructure and service delivery. As part of this strategy, new asset-specific reserves have been established to better align funding with life cycle needs and regulatory requirements. Existing reserve allocations have been rebalanced and redirected to reflect current priorities and future obligations. This approach enhances transparency and ensures that capital planning is both proactive and financially sound. Items included in the standard transfer to reserve are $1.5 million toward post-secondary education, $600,000 for age-friendly grants, $3 million for the Hospital Alliance, and $2.3 million or 1% of the levy for strategic land purchases. Thank you, Council. We are happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the General Manager? Wilcox. Councillor Leduc.
Yes, thank you, Warden. So great presentation. Thanks for the budget review. Just looking, Trevor, you're looking at 3. I'll ask a question now, and I got a general statement to make, Warden, if you don't mind. You're looking at 3 procurement people, procurement risk and procurement anyways. And you have 32 people in that division now, and we have legal at 4. When you describe what procurement does, you talked about lease agreements and 300 lease agreements, things like that. Wouldn't that already funnel through the legal department? Like, I'm wondering why we're not using legal a little bit more within procurement. So when I look at it, you've got 32 bodies in procurement, you have 4 bodies in legal. Can we not mix those 2 departments to ensure that we don't need to bring in 3 new bodies? Do we do that now? Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Warden. Thank you for the question. The difference is specific to procurement. So procurement is the area that oversees and has the skill set to deal with the vendors that we use and the agreements related to those vendors in terms of procuring the services and goods that we use at the county. If there is a legal challenge, they may consult with our legal services group. But generally speaking, when we are just rolling on normal operations, they are the ones that will manage the relationship, manage the contracts, manage all of that piece. Really, our legal services group are only brought in for matters that really require that, or for specialized needs regarding contract management, especially in some of the other areas. The legal services group is a very small team, and we've used them specifically on those challenging matters that are needed, whereas procurement can handle all the other ones related to lease and all of that.
Supplementary.
Yes, thank you. And I maybe just a general statement, because Trevor touched on the overall budget, and I know it was touched on a while back, but let me just go back to what Trevor said about the 2% levy, 2% supplement, the whole bit. That's overall, when you look at the overall levy budget, it goes to actually 7.2% increase, even though it's only 2% to levy and 2% to asset management. My thoughts were, and this is to be discussed and open later, but my thoughts were about the COLA. The COLA is 3% this year for our staff, and I was looking at potentially looking at the savings on COLA to see if we reduce that COLA. I would also talk about the wage increase for council. We talked, I think it was mentioned that it was $300,000 in the wage increase for 26. Maybe we remove that. Let's be leaders, show the reduction in our wage that we're supposed to give ourselves the raise in 26. So I'd like to see the impacts the budget if we looked at those two things, reducing the COLA and actually removing the wage increase for 26 for council. I'd also like to look at the asset management plan. The asset management plan is a 2% 10-year program. I can tell you Bradford Glenberry has an asset management plan since 2013. It's continually, it's a living document. We add to it every year, but it's a plan that's going to go on forever. The province dictates that we need an asset management plan. It doesn't mean that we have to fund it within 10 years. It just means we need to have an asset management plan. So I'd like to look at the asset management plan extending over a 20-year period and reducing that asset to 1% instead of 2%. I think that's still of value to us. It's still a $2.3 million increase in asset management. That being said, the contingency reserve fund has $4.3 million in it at the end of 26. If we wanted to maintain that asset management plan, there is we could take that 1% from the contingency reserve and move that into your asset management plan. The contingency reserve has no allocation to it. It's a reserve that we use when we think we need it. And so if we wanted to do that, that's something I would think I'd like staff to look at and to see how they want to do that asset management plan. So there's two ways of doing it. Just reduce it to 1%, extend it over a 20-year period. Or if you feel like you think it's a very important issue to deal with, then I would look at the contingency reserve to fund that asset management plan to 1%. It would still leave us half of that funding still in that contingency reserve. The reserves are going from 76 million to 98 million in the year 2026, the end of 2026. So I'm not sure we have to really worry too much about that. Our reserves are quite healthy when I look at it. So I would think in this time, at this time with what's going on in the world and how we're really being impacted, and we have many issues out there when it comes to the U.S. with the tariffs and everything else, our employers are struggling, and they're struggling to keep people working. So I would think that we need to be using the best we can to ensure that we don't tax our residents out of their housing. We have a homeless issue out there now within the county, within Ontario, and I would hope that we don't pressure people further with a large budget increase. I also looked at the new hires, and I was looking at when I looked at 10 positions, and I looked at the CPP building strategy for 361,000, removing those 1.9 of those positions. The community housing, removing 1 at 63,000, removing the emergency management at 126, removing the transportation planning at 164, the CEO job, the office at 154, and I heard some comments back and forth about that. I think it is a position that can be picked up, I think, in the next year if that's a council's wish. The half position for the economic development, 39,000. The Lake Simcoe Regional Airport at 39,000, half position. The Simcoe County Service at 1.6. We have 50 some employees in that position now, and the museum at 1.6 for 62,000. That takes $1 million out of the budget. It's a 1% reduction right there. We still have 25 hires. There's 34 or 35 hires coming in this budget. It removes 10.1 hires. I think we still provide the service. My goal is to provide the level of service that we're providing now and to continue to have employment for our employees. This is the time, and I can tell you I'm doing it right here in Bradford, Wisconsin with our budgeting. We are not affecting service level, and we're not trying to reduce employment opportunities. We're not giving COLA here this year. It's just not viable for us with everybody. Like I said, it's a very difficult time out there. We need to use austerity measures to make sure that we bring a budget that people can afford. The key is afford, because we don't want to budget them out of their homes, and everybody is struggling. If you've seen the reports out there with the food bank usage is going up, everybody is struggling, and we're talking about regular workers having used the food bank now. So that's become a real issue, and I can tell you it's a difficult one for everybody, and I hope that this council works towards doing some of these measures. I put a few on the table for the staff to review, and I will bring this up in the open forum, in the open meeting again, but I hope that staff can look at these and maybe come back with some answers. Thank you, Warden. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor. And Trevor, I saw you taking some notes while that went on. So then I've got Councillor Rawson and Councillor Smith. Go ahead, Councillor Rawson.
Thank you, Warden. Questions for Trevor. Trevor, you mentioned the Hospital Alliance. I'm just trying to discern in the budget handbook whether or not what you're suggesting was an increase to what we've already allocated or pledged, and just if you can add a little clarity to that for us.
Trevor.
Certainly, through your worship, that was outlined. Echo. That was outlined in the last budget that I was reviewing there, the general municipal budget. It is not changing year over year. It stays at $3 million that's committed per year to the Hospital Alliance funding.
Supplementary, or is that?
Thank you, Warden. That's good.
Councillor Brian Smith.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you to Trevor. Trevor, the 1.5 in secondary, post-secondary education. We're hearing, Georgian colleges closing down campuses and reducing classes, so on and so forth. That's something I think that we should probably be looking at. If that's the case, is all of that funding still required? I understand it's tough times for post-secondary, especially with the federal government and foreign student issues. But if they're making cuts and cutting back on campuses, et cetera, then perhaps we should be looking at that. And I would just say that, in Wasaga Beach this year, we have what I refer to, my council refers to as a status quo budget. And what that means is to maintain the quality and quantity of services that we have currently. But that's about it. Just let's keep this going for another year. And because times are tough out there. We are hearing more and more every day. I know from our residents in Wasaga Beach, and I know probably the rest of you are hearing it as well, where, times are getting tougher. And as Councillor Leduc mentioned, it was very alarming yesterday to hear that there are many working families, 2 people in the family working, and they're still having to go and use the food bank to make up for the difference. So I think it's important that, we do show that leadership. We do look at more status quo as opposed to a lot of additions and enhancements. I don't believe in 0% budgets, that's for sure, but I do believe in doing what we can to help those who are struggling until, our friends south of the border wake up or things change for our great country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess some comments in line with Councillor Brian Smith as well. One of the comments that I just wanted to make generally is I was pleased with the overall budget presentation and the materials and the thoroughness of staff's work on this. But we are in a time where we do have to show some restraint, I believe. And one of the comments that I would like to make is with regards to last year, having staff prepare a report with a couple options available to council for a reduction or an increase, and what that would mean on the overall budget. Because I think, speaking for myself, a 3.5% budget would probably be more in line with what I'm thinking. And I would like to be able to see what that would be. And maybe the question to Trevor, if I may, is what is, just to confirm, what a 1% or a 0.5% in dollar value would be for the county increase?
Currently, 1% is $2.3 million approximately.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. Do I have any other questions? Yes, Councillor Sandu.
Thank you, Worship. First, I would like to thank the staff for bringing this budget document. I recognize there's lots of hard work went into it and lots of thought. I'm sure they looked at all the other options that were available. But the reality on the floor is, like I said earlier, times are tough. We need to provide the service that we provide and stay on course with that. But there's also we need to look at that we can't hit with 4% or plus increases to our residents that are already struggling. And we don't know what's happening in the future with all the uncertainties that's going around the world, and especially to the south of our border. In saying that, I'm not going to repeat some of the stuff that was already said. I did not support the council salary increase. That needs to be looked at. That's about $300,000 plus. Review of the hires when this report comes back need to be looked at. Let's go with the essentials. The ones that we can wait needs to be pushed back. If we do need to hire some, let's look at actually budgeting when they would be hired, whether it's a mid-year or 3 quarters into the year, those actual figures. And then the asset management. Right now is not the time for 2%. We need to, this is a very important aspect. We need to look at it, but not at 2%, maybe 1%. And then also any levy funded top ups that are in the book. There are few. There's a list that I can read on, but I know what everyone read it and staff knows it. That needs to be looked at if we can pause those for now till the next year. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Norcross.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Just to touch on what Councillor Leduc said, I know we're looking at salary increases, and typically I support them every year. But when it comes to council, I think reconsideration should be given. When I cast my vote for the increase, I thought we were going from 32 down to 16, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So with respect to the House, I'd like to revisit how we're going to do that in the future before we pass the budget. But I just want to go on the record that I think we may have to walk some of it back. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. If I don't see any more, I know Trevor, you and Leland, Treasurer Civic, have a consolidated financial summary that you're going to present live. If you
yes.
If you want to roll into that now, then, and then you have your closing remarks, and then we'll see what other questions we have. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Your Worship. We'll do that right now. Just going to share my screen here. All right. With that, I'll ask Leland to lead off, and then I'll close with a summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. What I'm going to do is go through the major revenue changes, expense changes, capital funding, as well as the major capital projects, talk a bit about the reserves, and finish with the debt. This is the levy budget that we have shown. It's included in the book, as well as we show the reconciliation from 2025 to 2026. The 25 starting levy budget, we adjusted for property tax additions that would occur at the return roll, and were included in a tax rate bylaw that we passed in March. That gives us a new base for adding on the growth estimate, which is 2%, and that's used based on the 5-year trend. 2% tax increase for operating and capital contributions, as well as a 2% asset management allocation of 4.5 each. The total increase equals approximately $12.41 per $100,000 of assessment, and that's based on the 2016 assessment values that are still with impact. We use that adjusted amount, add on the supplementary taxes that we project for 26, again, based on the 5-year trend, and that's equals a total of $238 million. The operating revenues overall changed by $44 million. A major revenue line, of course, is the subsidies, and that's made up of a number of areas. And I'll go through some of the major ones. Community support and well-being includes the Ontario Works funding, which reflects the caseload increase going from 7,000 cases to 8,126. That yields about $10 million, as well as the hard hub funding is about $6 million, and that factors in a total for Ontario Works of about $16 million, which is 100% funding. Housing and homelessness subsidies are increasing for the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, as well as the Canada-Ontario Housing Initiative. That equates to approximately $13 million itself. And in addition to that, we have Reaching Home funding increases of around $1 million. In paramedic services, the subsidies are increasing, and it's based on the funding formula that we've used in the past, that the ministry uses a 50% of the previous year's approved budget for the eligible expenditures. In long-term care, we've increased subsidies by $2.2 million, and it's mainly reflecting a 2% increase in all the revenue lines for long-term care. And we've also included the nursing staffing supplement subsidy increase, which is related to the 4 hours of resident care per day. The offset of this is a solid waste management that we spoke about earlier. Subsidies reduced by about $15 million due to the transition to the Blue Box program. The next one, of course, is a levy, which I just spoke of, and the service partners at $800,000, and that's based on the current services agreement with the cities. User fees are increasing by $2.4 million, and this is included in community housing. There's increases related to tenant rent, as well as the commercial rent activity yields an overall increase in community housing. In solid waste management, there's a planned increase in the user fees related to residential drop-off as well as bag tag sales. Miscellaneous income, we're seeing an increase of $3.7 million. This includes a one-time sale of the recyclable carts. That's one, and that'll be used to pay down the debt related to the recycling cart program. In offsetting that is in general municipal, we'll see a reduction due to the reduced interest rates that we've seen throughout 25 and expect to see that continue into 26. That's a reduction of approximately $1.9 million. And in transfer from reserves, it is related to commitment to Lakehead University of $1.5 million a year, and that's funded by the reserve in 26. Operating expenses are increasing by $53 million. Next slide, please. And it's made up of the major categories, client benefits being $27 million. Some of that I've already spoke to in the subsidies, but in Ontario Works, the subsidies that are funding, they fund client benefits at 100%, and including that is also the homelessness addiction recovery treatment hub. It incorporates a total of almost $16 million in client benefit costs. Housing and homelessness, there's two client benefit related costs, and they relate to the Ontario Priorities Initiative as well as the Canada Community Ontario Initiative, and also Reaching Home. In salaries and benefits, I'll go $900,000 is related for 2025. Almost 100% of that is funded costs for the 25 approved FTEs. The request of 4.2 in 2026 is net of funding, and it equals approximately $2.8 million, which is slightly overstated because the paramedic subsidies will increase in 2027 as it relates to those costs. In the 10.5 is the rest of the salaries and benefits adjustments for contracts as well as non-union compensation. In administration, we're seeing a reduction of $1.3 million. This is mainly to the Barrie Social and Community Services Satellite Office. Furniture and equipment was purchased in 25, which won't be needed in 26. Facilities are increasing by $2.8 million. These costs are related to the maintenance costs resulting in community housing as it relates to facility projects that have been identified in the asset management plan that don't meet the thresholds of the asset of an asset. In cost of service delivery, the increase is 2.7 million. This is related to community housing, long-term care, and seniors, as there's a component of this of the future debt requirements for the very affordable housing as well as senior village that's been incorporated into cost of service delivery. Solid waste management cost of service delivery is increasing. One of the largest increases is the costs related to the transfer and haulage of recycling materials of $10 million. This is offset by other costs, contract costs related to curbside collection, leaf and yard waste, as well as the organic program. Included in cost of service delivery also is the debt payment for the recycling carts, as I mentioned, in the sales and the revenue side. Corporate performance sees there's an increase related to IT costs for cost of service. These related to software, security, as well as infrastructure changes. In general municipal, as I mentioned, Lakehead University is receiving 1.5 in capital grants. That's included in the cost of service delivery. Transfer to reserves and asset management reserve equals an increase of 5.8 million. The asset management portion of that is increasing by 4.6, as well as there's a component of funds that are received from the province for paramedics that are driven by the funding related to depreciation. That's also yields an increase of $1.2 million. Total asset management contributions in 26 are $24 million. The next slide shows the operating balance. Total revenues equaling $743 million for 26, compared to expenses of 746, which is a net deficit of almost $3.5 million. This has been, this chart is shown and is included in the book, and it shows that, as I pointed out, the deficit of 3.5 million, which will show options later to deal with that deficit. The capital budget is a total of $297 million, and this is broken down into major capital projects, as well as the funding for each of them. The CCBF, previously gas taxes, funding approximately 14 million. City of Barrie and Aurelia, that's the commitment for capital of $33 million between the two. Other includes provincial funding for the Ontario Housing Initiative, as well as the Canada-wide initiative, and also includes OSEF funding. Reserves for asset management, we're utilizing almost $21 million, and the DCs are $50.8 million used in the capital program, and non-DC reserves equals a total of 22. The capital financing requirement of 133 will be debentured in the future when the projects are substantially completed, and there'll be other funding sources in addition to that. The reserve balances in the end of 25, it's $75 million. This is forecast net of commitments. What 2026 is portraying, what once the transfers to and from plus the commitments that are included equal a total of 76 million. Transfers to the reserves for both economic development and general municipal, 1% of the levy have been included in the reserve transfers, as well as in economic development. There's a usage of the reserve to help fund the runway extension. In the total reserves for asset management, have a balance of approximately $45 million. The net balance for forecasting at the end of 26, $76 million. The next chart shows the external debt balance is expected to be 152 million with $8 million in principal and interest payments, and it meets the guidelines within the annual repayment limit, which is issued by the province annually. Internally financed capital, it has increased from 133 to $498 million, mainly due to the construction of the major facilities, and construction financing will be used for those. Unfinanced capital repayment equals a total of $14 million. That's.
Thank you very much, Leland. Now I'll just conclude with a budget snapshot and summary. So as I said, this is the budget that we have landed on in terms of the snapshot. I do want to make a couple of overall comments related to how we got here. As we noted at the very beginning, there are many iterations of the budget that happen in the last few months that are leading up to this point. I would say that I would never characterize any FTEs or requests in the budget as nice to haves or just wants. This is all based upon needs, and we have fleshed these out several times. In terms of FTEs that we're requesting, of the FTEs requested, approximately less than 2% increase in FTEs. 26 or 24 of those, or about 70% of those FTEs are for operational areas. So the vast majority of them are going directly to providing services to our various areas. So Leland did note that we've got an operating balance that is negative right now. And as I took you through before, there are significant financial impacts that are hitting us this year that we haven't felt before. The blue box transition, reduction in interest income, the asset management funding, IT costs, and the phase-in for debt payments to the tune of about $17 million. As has been noted, the levy is a $14 million increase. The 2% for operating, 2% for asset management does impact current residents. It would increase the levy by just over $12 per $100,000 of value based on the 2016 assessment values. The growth component is actually new assessment coming on board, so it does not affect current residents that are paying their levy. So you can see there's a bit of a gap between the 14 and the $17 million. Plus, there's other things that are impacting us. So that's where we've landed on. So with that $3.5 million negative operating balance, I'll take you through what we were looking at in terms of option to address. Specifically, there's increase in levy. If we wanted to cover all of that, that'd be 1.55% to cover the full amount. There could be some increased revenue opportunities. There is a potential for revenue for fee increase in solid waste management of about $600,000. As been noted, we could use some reserves to fund that. We do have to caution about drawing down reserves too much. They are meant for the rainy days that happen. An example of that was last year in the ice storm. We're ending the year with a negative impact, and we have the reserves to be able to cover that. And then delay increases. So we could delay increases with certain things. The asset management plan, while if we look at a 20-year plan, that just adds in the next 10 years of asset management. What we've tried to address is the ebbs and flows so that we have something that will be smoothed out through the next 10 years, so we don't have to keep coming to you with big, huge increases related to asset management. So if we do curtail that, it could drive a catch-up that would be needed and drive something what I call a double up, so where you have to catch up. So there is a recommendation here that staff was recommending accommodation, but interestingly, as is typical, our budget takes a while to come into play. Things change as we're going along, and a short-term good news story just came in. So we have been notified by WSIB that we're going to get a significant rebate in terms of that and a credit back for funds. And so we will bring that back, the details of that, with the budget to the next meeting, because I think it will significantly curtail what we would need to do from a levy increase and reserve use. So we could definitely offset a lot of that with that. What it would do is it would allow us to recognize that in this year, in the 2025 budget, put that into reserve and use that for 2026. Again, I'll detail that out when we meet again on November 10th, but that is just kind of late breaking news in terms of that. With that, I'll give you an overall summary. My last slide here, Warden. As I always do, 2026 has been impacted by the continued inflationary catch-up that happens. You saw inflation was ahead of us earlier with that graph. So we had significant inflation in 2021, 22, and 23. That's really catching up with some of the things that we're seeing impact us this year. Our proposed tax rate increase for 2% for operating, 2% for asset management is in line with that. We may need additional.
Oh, hang on, Trevor, we lost you for a second. Worst case scenario, folks, we'll have them run down the hallway and join me here. Leland, are you able to continue? Oh, no, I see Trevor now. We just lost you, Trevor. You're talking. We can't hear you. Oh, he's muted somehow. We got to get him unmuted. Hey, Trevor, you're muted. Got some hands up. Though I don't know if we can get Trevor to answer. Maybe Leland can. So while we're trying to get Trevor back, Councillor Leduc.
Thanks, Warden. I just wanted to comment that I made a mistake with my talking about the reserves being at 96. That I forgot that's net commitments. So it is 76. But just a quick one. Trevor talked about, the deficit that we have between operating expenses. That's an easy fix. We're delivering $24 million into reserves. If we reduce that by the deficit of $3.4 million, that zeroes out the budget and there's no implication for an increase. We've heard the WSIB before. It's coming in. There's the savings with WSIB. That's great. We need to reduce this budget from 4% to a lower number. We're all going through it. It's difficult times. We have large police increases coming that all of us are going to have to deal with. I know the ones that are on OPP are capped at 11%. Now, whether you get that or not, we're not sure. But I can tell you, with our police services here in Bradford and Innisfil, we're looking at 10% or greater with their budget. So it's difficult times for that. And we're just trying to do our best here. We have a status quo. We've pretty well froze everything, hirings and everything here, because we just can't afford to do it for our residents. I think I've said it earlier that it's a very difficult time. And I think when Trevor referred to a rainy day, we're using the reserves for rainy. This is a rainy year. So we need to look at that from that point of view. And hopefully we can find a way to figure out how to do this without impacting our service level. I don't want to impact our service level, and I don't want to impact our staffing. But in order to do this, we need to look at some significant cuts. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brian Smith, and then I think I saw Councillor Dolan.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you, let me start by saying I understand how hard staff work at this. I can tell you our staff have been working their tails off to get to where we're at, and that's I think our staff face that every year, no matter good year, bad year. We're always pushing them to do better, and they absolutely do, and I appreciate that. But I would like to see this budget at 3.5%. And I'd also like to see this windfall, if you will, that we're hearing about and we're knowing about with WSIB also being completely used 100% to reduce this budget. And I would say that beyond 3.5%. I think 3.5% is a reasonable number that we can maintain services and still do some slight increases and some slight changes to improve. You know, when we do have years like this or times like this, and we do end up with dollars that we had no idea we were getting, like WSIB, I think it's only prudent that we use that to even try and lessen that burden on our citizens. So I'd like to see this at 3.5% less, whatever that dollar value is that comes from the WSIB. Thank you, Warden.
I would caution using the whole amount. I could see using some of it because when you get a rebate, if you don't get that rebate next year, then you're hit with that increase right off the hop, right? Because you're counting on a rebate to offset taxes. So just be a little wary of that, but I can see some room in there. Councillor Dolan.
Thank you, Warden. I just need someone to walk me through the extended producer responsibility was supposed to be a good news story for municipalities. It was supposed to save us money. How is it costing us $4 million?
Trevor, or does Rob want to take that one? Or Trevor, maybe, yeah, you're unmuted on your computer now. We'll hear you. Yes, there you go.
Sure, thank you. And I think Rob can get into more details. Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Dolan. The challenge is I don't think that it was ever placed as a savings for municipalities. It's the challenge that you've got is the removal of that piece from our service removes the ability for us to get savings as a larger service. So economies of scale always help with the savings, and whenever you remove components, there are pieces that do not reduce. So we still have to accept blue box at transfer stations. We still have to we still have the costs related to all those transfer stations and other components of our waste service. So the challenge is we can't just strip out those pieces. The producer responsibility, I thought, was to ideally curve the way that producers were creating packaging and other things so that it would reduce blue box input, and it would reduce the amount of garbage going into it, not necessarily reduce the cost to consumers. I never heard any words like that coming from the province that said that, other than they thought it would reduce blue box input. And maybe Rob can jump in on that.
No, thank you through the chair. I think, Trevor, you've actually articulated pretty well, is that when you unpackage things like this, the economies of scale work in the opposite direction, as you normally would when you bundle services. It's one thing that Miller is no longer our contractor. That's done through Mterra, but we have 8 sites that we collect facility or materials on. We have promotion and education programs. And these are things that we just can't simply unbundle as a small percentage into that program. We had reduced an FTE last year. We continue to work through and negotiate what those on-site facility drop-off locations might look like and whether there's a subsidy. So there are still unknowns to be worked through here. But unfortunately, it is really about the unbundling of a program that works well together, and it's the loss of those economies of scale.
Supplementary count? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you if I can. So, good to know now, but, we've been pushing for this for a long time. And agreed, like, maybe these are some of the things we should have told the minister like 10 years ago, that it was going to be harder on municipalities and not easier on municipalities. I totally get the whole, the responsibility to end of life goes to the producer, therefore they're to use less. That's the theory, right? You don't need to put a tube of toothpaste in a box. You can just have it out on its own. You don't need eight times the packaging for cosmetics and fragrances. Those types of things, I think, was the original intent, was to get that under control. But in the end, I never heard from anyone, any municipalities, that this was going to be such a huge financial impact to us as a municipality that was going to cost us more. So, and then my other comment was, well, that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I guess one of the questions I have is what have we done with, I kind of consider waste and recycling all as one kind of a department. And just wondering, have we looked at raising our prices for tippage adder transfers for all the materials? Look at the weights we're usually getting on an average per year. You raise your tippage fee by $10 a ton. That should help offset some of the $4 million that we're looking at as an extra cost this year. Where are we at with that?
Thanks through the question, the chair. That's a fantastic question. In fact, we had built into this budget some increases. However, we are coming forward with a council report in the coming weeks, recommending some other fees that would generate a little bit more additional revenue as well. We've done a lot of work. That'll be outlined in the report, looking at our comparables, what our costs are for handling different types of materials. So that will be before council shortly.
Okay, Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Warden. My question is, do we not have substantial savings from not collecting the recycling material that offset? I don't understand how come there's not enough offset between not having to collect and still accepting blue box material at the transfer stations. Thank you.
Rob.
Yes, thank you for the question through the chair. In a nutshell, there's about $15 million in subsidy that's now evaporated. The collection contracts and some other specific costs are over $11 million. So there is a gap of between $3 and $4 million. So the overall increase in waste is not all attributable to this. And as I mentioned, we are trying to work with Simcoe on some arrangements for facility drop-off and things like that. But right now, that's the gap. And as we discussed, some of those efficiencies that you get when you collect all the different programs under one umbrella just can't be unpackaged that easily. So I did mention that last year we did shed an FTE. There's no additional FTE being asked for this year. And as we negotiate with Simcoe, we'll look at what other costs might be something we can shed in the year ahead. But there's still some unknowns with the program.
Warden, just as a follow-up, if I might, I did hear General Manager Elliott say we're losing $15 million subsidy. Is this from the province? And if it is, and whether it is or it isn't, is there any ability for the county and with other municipalities that might be similarly affected to go to the province and say, here's an unintended consequence, can you change the arrangement with these producers? Thank you.
General Manager.
Yes, thank you. So the subsidy is really through the producers. It's kind of a pass through from the province. And we have raised our concerns with AMO, maybe not in hard financial dollars because they weren't fully known to us, but at AMO, Roma, other opportunities where we've connected with them, we were concerned about this program not actually addressing its intended consequences. Unfortunately, the reception to that comment, and it wasn't just from the County of Simcoe, from other collectors, it seems to have not been able to sway them in changing the program.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bell.
I think I just want to follow up, and just for clarification for some people, when you sign these long-term contracts, the problem with the whole producers taking over, it was never lined up with all municipalities in Ontario. So the problem was with the expiry of all the contracts, and we fell into that here because we had to renew our contract with Miller. And so the synergies were based on using the trucks both weeks of the year. So they had to have double the assets basically. So now they have an asset that's going to sit for a week. And I think that's part of what we're probably going through. And I'm just going to, maybe through the chair, GM Elliott, if you could clarify, because I think we probably had to negotiate that with Miller up front, that there's some kind of exit cost exiting early for half of that contract. Is that correct?
Rob?
Yeah, unfortunately, we could report back confidentially with that agreement with Miller. But remember that the collection for the recyclable materials through Simcoe and the PRO in Simcoe County is now going to be done by Mterra. So that's not even Miller trucks. So that's one of the things we've pointed out, that there's well, it will in fact happen that when you've got all of your waste streams out on any given week, instead of one truck that's split and can collect both materials, now it's going to result in two trucks. But it is a different contractor.
Okay, Councillor Fryer.
Just to follow up, if I remember originally, the hope had been by county staff that we might be able to work out something with the PROs and actually continue to do the service as we were doing it and just get compensated by them. So that would have been in the very initial stages. And I think that's part of the problem. We had some. I'll have a hard time believing that when they get MTIRA to do the work, it's going to cost less than it would have if they had a combined service with us. And at some point in time, we need to share that message too.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leduc.
Just a quick question on this. How did Aurelia manage to save $1.8 million? That was a message today. How did they save 1.8 and we're spending 4.2? How does that work?
Any of the general managers want to take that one?
Unfortunately, I've not had a chance to speak with our colleagues at Aurelia, but I might suggest that, in fact, maybe we negotiated a very good deal in the past and got a good, healthy amount of subsidy. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Councillor Fryer.
Thank you, Warden. I'll just follow up because I'm the one who mentioned it. The article just came out today. And that's immediately what I thought. They've probably been overpaying for the last how many years because they were doing the service in a costly manner and in contrary to what MTIRA is now going to pick it up for. So.
Okay. If there's no further questions, what I'll get if you've, Trevor, go ahead. Give us a final wrap up.
Thank you very much, Warden. I just want to emphasize to council, please forward any questions that you have on the budget, any items that you want any more detail on or anything like that to us. We're happy to respond, Leland or myself. Any of the GMs, we're happy to do that. We will be back together. I believe it's November 10th, so it's on that Monday just before Remembrance Day. So we'll be bringing the budget back then.
On that note, if anybody knows you're bringing in some amendments, could you get them to the clerks and they can, one, partly be prepared and maybe help with the wording of those amendments as well. So if possible, please send those amendments in ahead of time. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Warden. Just for clarity, I know that we're going to go back and we're going to bring this budget forward, but because when I was listening to my colleagues, a lot of them are asking for whatever the percentage is, whether it's 3.5 or it's whatever. Are we going to have anything that would be available for us to look at what we had to take out to get there?
Trevor, I'll go to General Manager Wilcox for that one.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Warden, through you. Yes, we will detail out how we get to any recommendation we have. We've got general direction. I see that council would like to see a couple of different options in terms of that, and we'll see what impacts there would be so we can bring that back for discussion at the next meeting.
As I state, yeah, follow up, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Trevor, for that, because I don't want to come to the next meeting and start all over again. Like, I just would rather have something so that we can look at it and go one way or the other as the budget needs to keep moving. And so that's how I just wanted. Thanks so very much.
And thank you for the comments today. And I noticed Trevor was keeping notes as we were moving through. So if there's no further questions, then here I've got a motion that that item CCW 2025-251 dated October 28, 2025 regarding the 2026 draft County of Simcoe budget be received, and that the 2026 draft County of Simcoe budget be referred to the regular committee of the whole meeting November 10th, 2025 for review and recommendation to the November 25th, 2025 session of County Council. So it'll come to committee on the 10th and then County Council on the 25th. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Councillor Rawson, second by Councillor Snell. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. And I'd look for a motion that the October 28, 2025 special budget meeting of the Committee of the Whole be adjourned at 2:54 p.m. Moved by Councillor Anderson, second by Councillor Corbell. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, folks. Take care.